Motherfucker is Zeo-Do. Yeah, welcome to the motherfucking News Underground, folks. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. Big props to whatever that previous track was. It was really good. Isvik, Wicked Hearted. Big props to Isvik. We're now listening to All in the Game by Isvik. These underground artists need to get comprehensible names so I can actually... half these guys don't even know how to say their name. Put your ways underground. Put your ways underground. That's right, folks. We back at it with the News Underground. I got the whole house to myself at least until 5 o'clock, so we doing it big. I'm drinking my water like hamsters. Accurate naming is not cool. True. It's not cool. You don't look cool if your name is spelled correctly. How many hours is that? Too many. We'll see. I don't want to make promises because I'm really good at breaking promises. Speaking of breaking promises, I made one yesterday that I'd be starting today with the UK, and I am breaking that promise. We won't be starting with the UK, we'll be starting with Gaza, but we will be jumping into the UK as soon as the Gaza news is over, but we do have some pretty big Gaza news that we have to cover. So sorry, news priority, that's how it happens. But we're going to be covering Gaza first, then jumping into world news, starting with the UK. We got all kinds of pieces of world news here. Even a little fluffy piece about that Apple lawsuit about incompatibility. It is relevant, so I thought I'd show that the Apple lawsuit thing. But no, we're going to Thailand. We're going to Taiwan. We're going to El Salvador, Nigeria. We got issues with China and the Houthi rebels. Japan. I have a great mini documentary on the economic situation in Japan. Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and Canada. Even going to be talking about Canada, Turkey. So you go ahead and ask yourself if your favorite other political streamer covers as much news as this motherfucker here at the News Underground. Once we finally get through our world news, if we do get through our world news, we'll be covering the fascist takeover of the United States, aka the asshole section. Look forward to that. And then, of course, we'll be jumping into U.S. news if I don't bloviate too long. So how about we get right into the news? I'm going to date someone 20 years younger than me. All right, here we go. I'm not jealous. Israel pulls troops out of southern Gaza as Netanyahu says nearing victory. So this is interesting. We're getting a pullout of Khan Yunis, but there's certainly no language that I've seen so far about not attacking Rafah. So it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting here. Let's see what smart people have to say about this before I talk. Always a good idea.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is saying Israel is now just one step away from victory. So he's certainly not presenting the withdrawal of the 98th Division, that's about 10,000 men from southern Gaza, as a step.
And women, women are getting down on this ethnic cleansing, really is, breaking those glass ceilings, folks.
Back from the conflict, certainly not as a reaction to U.S. pressure. What the Israelis are saying, and you mentioned there the IDF statement, is that they've achieved what they set out to achieve in Khan Yunis. Their intelligence gathering operations have been completed. Their military ground operations have been completed. As far as they're concerned, Hamas's Khan Yunis brigade has been dismantled. Therefore, there is no further need.
I have some evidence to the contrary. Would you believe that it's harder than that to get rid of terrorism? Yeah, no. I have an interesting report from Crux that is basically a Hamas, Hamas update. Hamas does this, Hamas does that. So it's kind of interesting there. That'll be the last clip of the day because we're gonna get all the Western stuff, but then I got this Crux clip that I'm gonna play you at the end. That I don't know. You tell me what you think of it.
Need for them to be there. In the meantime, what that does, they say, is it allows the population of Khan Yunis, which is one of the biggest cities in the Gaza Strip, displaced to Rafah in the south to return to their houses in Khan Yunis, which in turn makes it easier for the Israelis looking forward if they decide to launch an offensive against the town of Rafah on the border with Egypt. Something that
no strategy. No. We should think about this in terms of two armies fighting each other. Like this is a war, right? That's how we should think it. No, Hamas, just like the Viet Cong. Just like the Viet Cong, guys.
They've been threatening to do, but which the Americans have been asking them not to do. So as far as the Israelis are concerned, not a step back, but perhaps a preparation for something else.
Yeah.
And in that context, it's interesting that they're preparing to send a further 3 divisions, that's about 40,000 men, to the edge of the Gaza Strip, on the Israeli side, obviously.
And ceasefire talks seem to be moving forward.
This is not a de-escalation, folks. This doesn't look good, dude. This actually looks ominous. This actually looks a little ominous.
But incrementally, with talks expected in Cairo today. Tell us more about that.
Shifting resources to, for Rafah is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's interesting that these talks are taking place at a pretty high level, given the fact that there's not an awful lot of optimism around at the moment, but the pressure certainly on Israel from the United States, with Joe Biden saying he wants an immediate ceasefire, and from the Israeli population demanding either or both that Benjamin Netanyahu should go.
I mean, fuck the Palestinians. I just want the fighting to end so it stops hurting my election. What he doesn't realize is that with, a ceasefire isn't going to do shit unless people are allowed to move back into the Gaza Strip. And that's a big not going to happen this election. Let's not forget that Bibi Netanyahu wants Trump in office. Okay? Isn't this hilarious? He's got all the cards, Joe Biden. He's got all the cards, and he just loves getting bitch slapped. If it isn't Mike Johnson slapping him with his Christian cock, it's fucking Bibi Netanyahu over here bitch slapping him from across the fucking globe. It's so fucking hilarious, man. Joe Biden's got all the cards. Mike Johnson should be in jail, okay? That was a decision that Joe Biden made because he picked an AG that's a fucking wet fart. I'm not saying AGs should be, political extensions of their president. I'm just saying, hey, maybe the attorney general should do his fucking job and go after criminals. Last time I checked, it's illegal to commit treason. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Layman's understanding of the law, I guess. Last time I checked, it's actually illegal to attempt a literal insurrection, to plan and execute a literal insurrection. And that man sits in power, holding up the whole motherfucking gear. Joe Biden sitting there like a weak bitch. Getting played, dude. Getting played by right-wingers. Fucking Brandon, man.
And that more should be done to prioritize the release of hostages from the Gaza Strip. You know, the context is there.
The neoliberal strategy member
on the Israelis.
They're the adults in the room. They know how to do things. It's Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama shit, man. They've learned fucking nothing from Trump. They've learned nothing.
The Israeli population demanding either or both that Benjamin Netanyahu should go and that more should be done to prioritize the release of hostages from the Gaza Strip. You know, the context is there. The pressure is certainly there on the Israeli side. Many Israelis accuse the government of not putting enough weight behind the negotiating team, trying to limit the amount of freedom they have to negotiate with Hamas. But the delegation that is there from the United States, the chief of the CIA, William Burns, from Qatar, the ruler of Qatar, the head of Egyptian intelligence, and a Hamas delegation in Cairo as well, suggests that a lot of pressure is being put on internationally to try and get something to happen this time round. It is unlikely that it will happen. Hamas, for its part, is saying, first of all, for something to happen, the Israelis have to agree to a complete ceasefire. They also have to withdraw all their troops out of the Gaza Strip. And they have to allow for the return of Palestinians who have been forced out of northern Gaza.
So if we were dealing with an honest actor, these would be things that would be on the table, right? Because an honest actor would be, okay, yeah, I don't want to run your country. I'm not here to conquer it. Right? Because remember the narrative, the false narrative. We're under siege. We're under attack. They won't stop. They won't leave us alone. There's no reason why they're coming after us. It's just they hate us. They hate Jews. Remember, that's the narrative. So if we're dealing with somebody and that's their right mentality, it wouldn't be about taking over the area permanently. It'd be about getting rid of Hamas and then getting civilians back in there so they can run their own country, and then Israel can go back to doing what it wants. That's the narrative, right? We're just defending ourselves. Our annihilation is imminent while this entity exists. So why would these things be off the table then? You know, the return of Palestinians to Gaza Strip, a complete end, a complete ceasefire. Why would those things be completely off the table by Israel? By Israel. Maybe it's the same reason why they haven't defined their actual borders. Maybe it's the reason why they've just approved umpteen amount settlements in the West Bank. Maybe it's because we're fucking idiots and we're watching this happen right in front of our face and we're having little pithy debates about, intention and this and that. When we have two fucking eyeballs and decades of history, decades of context. Oh, but Hamas does not justify the complete erasure of a people and country. It's outrageous. And it's right in front of our fucking face, man. Like we're idiots.
Israel describes those terms as delusional, but
so that's delusional. The returning people to Palestine, returning Palestinians to the Gaza Strip, and ending all fighting is delusional. Well, that doesn't really sound like an entity that's interested in the continuation of the Palestinian country, does it? You know, if this was the United States, it would be like, okay, yeah, this is how we're doing. It's going to be sloppy. It's going to be messy. We're doing a technocratic government and blah, blah, blah. We can barely manage it ourselves, but that's what we're going to try. We're going to muddle our way through it. But no, we are not dealing with the United States. This isn't Vietnam. This is theft. This is conquest. This is not some muddled attempt for the largest military in the goddamn world to justify its existence. No, there's a goal here, and we're being played. How are we going to make this right? How are we going to make this right? How will we ever get rid of these people once they've taken it? We'll never be able to make it right. Ironically, we'll have to do for the Palestinians what we did for the Israelis after World War II. We'll have to just find some fucking place to plop them down. Here's your new country. We couldn't solve this one. Fuck it. Here you go. What are we going to do with these people? Cram them all into a slice of desert? A peninsula? Well, there you go. Let me tell you something. The one primary reason why this is turning into the disaster that it has been and continues to be is because of the United States. It's because of the leadership of the United States. Either it's the extreme right who are straight up racist and genocidal towards the Palestinians, or it's the neoliberals who are so corrupt and so pathetic that they're easily pushed around. Welcome back, Ham.
Fact, perhaps, that Israel has withdrawn some of its troops today from Gaza may make it possible to get some shift forward.
Yeah, in the negotiations. What a joke. That is not what's happening. Well, let's get another take from DW here. Like I said, let's hear what some smart people have to say before I continue to embarrass myself. But I just can't believe, it's just... I mean, what will the excuses be when they go into Rafah? What will it shift? What will will it just be, yeah, I was fucking with you the whole time, man. No, we're totally annihilating the Gaza Strip. Come on. Is Destiny just going to come out and just go, just like with a big smile? I got you. What'd I tell you? Or is it going to be a bunch of mea culpas, a bunch of people who are pretending, oh, I can't believe Israel actually did this. I can't believe they're not going to give back the Gaza Strip. We only have their actions in the West Bank and the Golan Heights, I believe, right? They don't, it's not occupied, but it's not, the Palestinians aren't allowed to be there. Isn't that how that works?
The Israeli military has announced it has...
Sorry, I've got program the matrix here. Right.
The Israeli military has announced it has pulled all but one brigade of its soldiers from southern Gaza. They did not provide any further details about the withdrawal. But Israeli media reports say ground operations are now likely to focus on intelligence-based targeted raids only. Local media is also reporting that the remaining troops will still guard the corridor separating North and South Gaza that was constructed by the Israel Defense Forces. For more, I'm now joined by Marina Miron, a military analyst and associate professor at King's College London. Marina, what does this withdrawal mean on the ground?
Hello, Melissa. Well, given the situation on the ground, this withdrawal will mean that, well, obviously there will be still one brigade in the south, which in Israeli terms would be 1,000 to 2,000 troops on the ground. However, the nature of the military operation in Gaza will change, and I expect a much slower pace in terms of the airstrikes that we have seen before that claimed many civilian lives. So it will be much more focused, and obviously this will also have an effect on the plans to enter Rafah, which I think are now, at least for the time being, are off the table.
Is this off the table for the time being over the next few weeks? Is it possible for the military to regroup and eventually take that ground offensive on Rafah? That's a big question I think a lot of people are wondering.
What we have to understand here is that it doesn't depend on the military. The military is an instrument of politics, and the political situation, and I think it was essentially a political decision to withdraw the troops from southern Gaza because of the mounting international pressure after the killings of aid workers on the one hand. On the other hand, Israel needs international support, the US and the UK support, and both countries have voiced concerns over and over again. We have UN Security Council resolutions. We also have today ceasefire talks in Egypt. So depending on what the outcome of those talks will be, that will determine the future course of the operation. And we also have to understand that Israel also is expecting a retaliatory strike by Iran. Whether it will be directly by Iran or by Hezbollah, we do not know. But Israel itself needs troops, and it's been mobilizing reservists, which has been harming Israeli economy. And then you have the population and the pressure on the Netanyahu government and the protests inside Israel. So the situation for Israel is quite complicated. Therefore, I think that reducing the pace of the situation until some of these factors can get normalized to a certain extent is a wise choice to wait out. Therefore, I cannot say whether it will be in a week or two or maybe in a couple of months. It all depends on these conjunction of factors I just named.
Looks like
Israel says the goal
really
to eliminate Hamas's Khan Yunis brigade there have been reached, and that's one of the reasons why they can leave. How possible is to verify that?
Well, we don't have more intelligence than what the Israeli military says, unfortunately. And yes, we have those gains. However, in the grander scheme, it is not enough to reach the military objectives that Israel has set. Therefore, I think, of course, they say that they have reached one of the objectives to explain their activities, because it would be too difficult to name all the political implications that these military activities have caused. Therefore, I think that maybe Israel will also need to recalibrate its military aims and create a viable political aim for Gaza, because the military cannot, in itself, solve the problem.
Interesting.
Marina Miron, a military analyst and associate professor.
Okay, so that's really interesting there. Now, this woman is very intelligent. She speaks eloquently quite a bit on Ukraine as well. So that's interesting. Did we see Joe Biden say, if you do this, we see what you're doing, you're trying to starve these people, you're going to push them into the Sinai Peninsula. If you do this, we will have absolutely no choice but to legitimately cut the aid off, cut the military aid. We will have Joe Biden's going to have to make a really hard decision, to try and save his election. And he's going to have to go full-blown fuck you up mode. Sounds like it was a serious threat to Bibi. Yeah, because what we might see here is them basically just hitting the pause button, allowing aid to come into Rafah. Maybe... And then doing your surgical strike, because it's just going to be, crowding everybody into Rafah, and then your little surgical raids to finish your campaign against Hamas. Boy, if they do that, they might be able to get away with claiming this was about Hamas. They're not going to give back all of the Gaza Strip, but if they say they finish whatever they claim, they declare victory against Hamas after 100 raids into Rafah. I think Joe Biden said, you're putting me in a position where I'm going to have to do something. But obviously he didn't want to. But no. So after you do 100 surgical raids inside Rafah, you declare victory against Hamas. And then you give them a chunk of the Gaza Strip back, a little chunk, expand from Rafah, and then take the rest, put up a fence and take the rest, because they're not gonna leave without taking something, because IDF soldiers died October 7th. So they're going to take a chunk of Gaza, but maybe Joe Biden said, "You're putting me in a impossible situation. You're going to destroy my election by creating this humanitarian disaster with like over a million Palestinians. Who knows how many starving Palestinians, panicking, rushing into the Sinai Peninsula, desperate to get any kind of aid." And he said, all right, here's the new plan. Like, okay, busted. You got us. That was the plan. We were going to do that and put the whole problem on Egypt's lap. But I can see you're actually serious about this. So here's the new plan. And I always said from the very beginning, if all Israel did was take half of the Gaza Strip, put up a wall, the rest of the West wouldn't give a shit. It would be a crime against humanity. It already is, though. But they could get away with that. And then let the settlers in, and then, there you go. You're done. Beachfront property for Jared Kushner. Interesting. I'm just game theorying it here because this is big. And it sounds like there was a legitimate ultimatum given to Bibi. I'm sure Ben-Gvir is ripping pissed and is doing everything he can politically to usurp Bibi Netanyahu and, destroy Bibi Netanyahu and take over. And God help us all if he succeeds. Because I'm sure Ben-Gvir is like, no, this is it. This is the time. We got it. It's lined up. All we got to do is soften them up, starve them, and and then do a big fucking airstrike right in Rafah, and push people up against that border, and that's it. Mission complete. And Bibi is like, you have no idea, what I'm dealing with. Like, they were literally cut us off completely. And of course, Ben-Gvir is like, I don't care. That's fine. I'll do this alone. We'll do this alone. He's an extremist. They don't think about consequences like that. God will help them, right? Because this is God's mission, right? So God, whatever. If God wants the U.S. to cut us off, then God wants the U.S. to cut us off. That's fine. He'll protect us. It'll protect us. Well, I think only 40%, maybe 50% of the IDF's military, gear and equipment come from the United States. It's not like they don't make their own weapons. There's actually lots of arms manufacturing happening in Israel, but they also procure weapons from other places. I think even Saladin said it was a bad plan to trust in God and not prepare. Ooh, wow. Saladin over here. Yo. I keep what was that movie with a bunch of famous actors? It's like Orlando Bloom is in it. Got Saladin. Is he the guy with with leprosy and he's got the mask on, or is that the other guy? Was it Kingdom of Men? What's the name of the movie? It's all about Jerusalem. Got Jeremy Irons in it. How will he cut off Israel, Ham? Well, he would. I mean, the money, the military, logistics. I mean, the F6. There's a bunch of equipment that the United States, if it can't connect to the United States network, it's just not going to work. Kingdom of Heaven. That's what it was called. Yeah, Kingdom of Heaven. Been watching clips from that. Israeli lobby is more powerful than Biden or Clinton's. It's powerful. Is it more powerful than the entire neoliberal DNC? Because when you're like I said before, it's putting Biden in an impossible situation. The neoliberals understand this election as an existential crisis, at least somewhat. They don't want to lose it this way, at least. They don't want to go out like this. They don't want a fucking, a guy from a completely different country to take them out, not like this. So it puts them in a very difficult position to do something historic. So that's very interesting. So I'm just spitballing here. I want to see more information, but we might have seen a massive shift, and what we might see, like I said, is political ramifications from this, because Bibi Netanyahu has a coalition with monsters, with genocidal monsters, who, I mean, Ben-Gvir wants to destroy Palestine. He sees it as not only his like life's goal, but like, you know, he like it's a mission from God. You know, and he's that troubling. He's that troubling. Bibi Netanyahu, you know, he's of course extreme, he's right wing, but he's from the old school right wing. You know, like they're more nihilistic. They don't really believe in the religion. It's a handy tool for power. Ben Gvir believes that shit. He wants to be the herald of the apocalypse. Ben Gvir. Look into the individual. Look into the man. I sound like a maniac. If you have you're like, oh come on. What are you talking about? What he's like second in command over there in Israel, and he's that extreme. Look him up. Look him up before you talk shit. He's a frightening individual. So we're not gonna watch this whole 8 minutes of this, but I found this to be somewhat interesting. Strategy member put an article in the Discord. Thank you, Strategy, for doing that. But I found this video here. Why are people boycotting McDonald's in support of Palestine? So, kind of an interesting situation for McDonald's in Israel, and that's all I'll say. That's all the setup I'll give you. How to get you hype. Hello, oh, he's Iraqi. Who's that? Ben Gvir?
I just think, you know, if you're running a council, you should be focusing on dealing with the potholes and clearing the bins, not making politically charged virtue signaling elements here that could actually alienate many of your own
Shut up, Zio.
customers who actually.
I know how shitty my channel is. Leave me alone. I know I don't have a real. I have to strawman to rant. Don't you understand how this works? If I don't have straw men, I'm just in a room alone by myself here. Yes, his parents are of Iraqi descent. That's interesting. I don't have any problem with that. I don't care. As we've seen, it doesn't matter what country you're born in. It doesn't matter. You know, we got Andrews Breivik over here in the most, you know, in a paradise almost, you know, utopia over there in Norway. And, you know, hate, ignorance, extremism, it's a human thing. It's not race, creed, religion. It's a human thing. I was looking up in the chat for the missing straw man. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This isn't a multi-million-dollar Joe Rogan experience, okay? This is the News Underground, all right? I have a problem either, but it seems that most racist Israelis come from Arab countries. You know, that is an interesting observation, you know. But like I said, I'm like, look at characters like Marco Rubio, burning the bridges behind him, right? Eager to burn the bridge behind him. I got mine. Fuck you, bitch. You know. So it's like it's race, creed, religion. It's human. It's human. It's gender. You know, it's human. Women are just as capable of this psycho shit. They seem less apt to want to get down with it, like the men. There's definitely something happening there, but women are totally capable of political corruption. There's those two women running those two Asian countries. I can't quite think of it at the moment. Is it Myanmar and the other one? But it's like they've been family dynasties for decades, and they're just as corrupt as, you know, as your favorite pot-bellied, you know, white guy. You know, the Ben Gvir stands out there listening right now, scared of talking in chat because of your preemptive dunking. Oh, thank you, Zio Duke. They saw me ravage that straw man, and they're like, I don't want a piece of that. I don't want a piece of that. Look at the straw fly everywhere. He's got straw in his hair, for God's sakes. That's a good point, Zio Duke. You are funny. I hope you do something. I hope you're writing something, I hope you're making content. You're a funny guy. Myanmar is ruled by the military, I think. Yeah. They got it set up so you can't criticize them. It's illegal to criticize them. It kind of is.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Kind of is, dude.
are in your particular borough. I mean, you've got to be trying to bring people together, not be taking political stances, in my view. If you're an individual, that's totally different. Now, this boycott, divestment and sanctions body was founded by, as I say, Palestinian Omar Barghouti in 2005. And he actually has called for three things. One, he wants to end Israel's occupation of land it captured and annexed in 1967, including in the West Bank and Gaza. Two, he wants full equality for the Palestinian citizens of Israel. And three, he wants to establish the right of return for Palestinian refugees. Now, this is not without... I mean, that is very political in many ways. Now, a lot of people would say that that's very just. But by doing this, if you're a council, if you're a public body, I think you're straying into very, very dangerous territory. So I do have some sympathy with why the government decided to bring in this ban through this bill, the Economic Activity of Public Bodies Bill, earlier this year, which is working its way through Parliament. So my conclusion is this. You want to go and do it on a personal level? Fine. But frankly, I don't think it's going to make any difference to Israeli policy or any policy, for that matter, of any government, number one. And number two, just make sure...
So he's talking shit about the whole concept of boycotting, like it doesn't fucking work. I'm sorry, boycotts work, dude. They absolutely work. And they especially work against, profit-hungry corporations. It doesn't even need to be really that effective. We saw Bud Light flinch. We saw what was it? There was another big company that totally flinched. I think it was they're now checking the donations of gay people to make sure that the gay people that are donating are not pedophiles. No, boycotts absolutely make corporations flinch. I'm done listening to this fuckhead. See you later. I should have proofread this video better. But maybe he's correct that, yeah, it's not really going to do anything. People are going to eat their Big Macs. They're addicted to McDonald's, present company included. I went a whole year, a couple years ago, without McDonald's. I've been cutting back, though. Been eating more A&W when I get a burger. But I don't know. That shit is addictive. So, yeah, maybe technically, yeah, that's correct. But he's over here, like... Just immediately, oh, fuck, yeah, you can't even, why even try? Yeah, it's wasted energy. Yeah, okay, buddy. Ba-da-ba-da-ba, fuck you, bitch. Moving on. We'll definitely work at McDonald's because they got bad times coming in anyway. Well, I mean, they're already starting to get rid of their front register employees. The only humans that are working at some of these McDonald's now are in the back cooking up the food. They put it on a little fucking conveyor belt for you to pick up. But everything from the app, everything from a kiosk, and then once the robotics, has reached a certain level, probably in 5 to 10 years, maybe 5 years, those chefs are gone too. Fast food will be 100% automated. The problem is not with the technology. The problem is, what is society going to do for the people that need help? And this isn't just for fast food workers. I'm talking about, shoe cobblers. I'm talking about fucking coal miners. Anybody, this is why we have society. This is why we pay our taxes, is for things like this. Hey, IT, a bunch of IT guys are going to have to be completely retrained. IT is the new coal mine, okay? AI gonna fucking blow that shit into the stratosphere. I'm talking, 500,000 IT guys without a fucking job. That's happening, like, next year. Because of AI. This technology isn't gonna stop. It just needs guardrails, regulations, and rules. Just like everything always, all the time, ever. Jesus, I swear to God, the entire idea of governing and making laws is just completely foreign to most people. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't the meaning of freedom of just total anarchy? No rules for anybody? That's how I want to live my life. No, you don't. No, you don't. So this was an interesting LBC clip here. Let's just listen to it. We're just the callous, and I'm seeing this in my chat, with randos coming in here. just casually calling for the complete annihilation of an entire group of people. No biggie, no punishment. It's total casual. Oh yeah, just annihilate them all. What are we even talking about? From, porn addicted fucking incel weirdos, but regular people too. Casual talk about murder by people that have never seen a dead fucking body in their life. They've never seen the lights go out on a human being and that body crumple. They've never even seen that shit. And they just casually talk about the elimination of an entire population of people. Haven't even seen a dead body. So I think James over here is doing a really great job trying to bring people back to earth here. Try to remind people what we're actually talking about.
You can't call it collateral damage, mate. There's 9,000 dead children. It's a deliberate killing of 30,000 Palestinian people in the hope of catching some terrorists in that net. That's not collateral damage.
You're not James, you're not providing any logic for that. It's not deliberate.
I'm giving you the number. So who fired guns by accident? Who launched missiles by accident? What's the opposite of accident?
I don't understand.
The opposite of accident is deliberate. So either these missiles were fired by accident or they were fired deliberately. If they were fired deliberately in the full knowledge that countless civilians were going to be killed in the process, the killing of the civilians is deliberate.
I wouldn't agree that.
Talk me through the reasons why. Talk me through what the problems in the logic.
Well, for the same reason that if I decide to paint my bedroom with red paint and spill it on the floor, I spilt it. My intention wasn't to spill it on the floor. It just unfortunately happened as a consequence because I'm klutzy.
I don't know if I can even come down to that level of discourse, but I will out of respect for you, Michael.
Thank you. I always like it when you dumb it down for me.
Well, I'm not dumbing it down. I'm a little bit disgusted by the analogy because we're talking about dead children and you're comparing them to spilt paint. So let's ignore that analogy. Let's leave the spilled paint out of it. If you launch a missile knowing that it's going to kill civilians, is the killing of those civilians deliberate or accidental?
It is. It's neither. It's not deliberate. It is a consequence.
Okay, so let me say it again. You deliberately launch a missile knowing that civilians will die. Is the killing of the civilians deliberate?
No, it's a consequence. It's a consequence, but it's not the main.
Is it a deliberate consequence?
It's a deliberate consequence.
A deliberate consequence. It's not the intention.
No, but you know it's going to happen, so it is the intent.
Yes. It is the intent. Yeah.
Well, it's not the intention.
It is the intention. You know it's going to happen.
Okay, let me remind you. One of these AI targeting systems was called Where's Daddy? You're trying to tell me there was no intention of killing and hurting families when one of the targeting systems, picking targets, had an incredibly ghoulish name? Because the intent was to kill civilians.
Well, that's the difference between. That's not what an intention means.
Okay.
If there was another way, they would do it.
And let me tell you, folks, there is another way. There's actually a million other ways. This idea that the only way to eliminate a couple hundred, or a couple thousand terrorists is to, ethnically cleanse an entire region, squeezing them like toothpaste in a toothpaste tube out of their country, crowding them 2 million people shoulder to shoulder in a small little chunk of land called Rafah. And that's just the only way we can do anti-terrorist operations. Wow, what a fucking lie. Who's buying that tripe? Let's not have a conversation about what causes terrorism. What might have been happening before October 7th that might have gotten people really mad. Because the liars, the grifters, they just pretend before October 7th we were minding our business. We pulled out in 2015 and we didn't do a single thing after that. except enforce tariffs and borders and checkpoints. It was only considered an open air prison before October 7th. Oh, that's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie. Then you look into the history and it totally is not a lie. By every definition, the Gaza Strip was a prison that you could not leave. Couldn't leave on boat, couldn't leave through Israel. Egypt wanted nothing to do with you. That border closed or partially open. And then the country that has all the power, that's erecting the walls, stopping you and preventing you from leaving, then starts cutting off essential food and medicines. No, they think we're idiots. But this is interesting to see what might be happening in Rafah. We'll see. We'll see here. I won't be happy about it, but I'll take it. It means that technically there's a section of the Gaza Strip still under Palestinian control, which is like the worst conciliatory prize I could, participation trophy joke. I wanted to show this because this, what this family is going through, with this Canadian aid worker who died in Gaza, working for the World Central Kitchen. This is the exact fear that I have when I wanted, I've had conversations with my wife, I'd like to go to Ukraine and dig some trenches and things like that. And, so this is like a personal struggle for me as well, because I really do want to get out there and help directly. But I have a family. And getting my ass killed, sure, I die, whatever. Who fucking cares? But, my family's going to suffer. That's a responsibility that I have. So
2 soldiers have been dismissed and 3 others reprimanded for their roles in drone strikes that killed
They can't even fish in the sea. Thanks for pointing that out.
7 aid workers in Gaza. The IDF admitted a catalog of failures, blaming the incident in part on a case of mistaken identification. World Central Kitchen is calling for an independent investigation. It's a demand echoed by the partner of the Canadian killed in the strike. She spoke with CTV's Heather Wright today.
A series of failures is how Israel has described the deadly airstrike that killed 7 aid workers in Gaza earlier this week.
This tragic mistake could and should have been prevented.
For Sandy Leclerc, this is more than just a tragic mistake.
This is a disaster. This is a war on humanity.
Leclerc's partner, Jacob Flickinger, was among those killed. She says he was supposed to leave Gaza this week and return to their home in Costa Rica, where they are raising their 18-month-old son, Jasper.
We had an amazing life as a family. We had an amazing bond, 3 of us.
Leclerc is joining World Central Kitchen and calls for an independent commission to investigate what happened. After the release of Israel's report this morning, the WCK said in a statement, the IDF cannot credibly investigate its own failure in Gaza. According to the IDF report, soldiers mistakenly believed a Hamas militant was on top of one of the aid trucks holding a gun. They fired a missile, and when 2 people escaped and got into a second vehicle, another missile was launched. The military confirms there were survivors from that second explosion.
I got to say, these World Central Kitchen guys were really dedicated. I mean, they survived the first one and then got into another truck. Like they must have really thought, oh, that was just a mistake. That was just a mistake. I honestly would not have gotten back into a truck. I've been like, yo, fuck this, dude. We'll get them next time. I'm sorry to the people of Gaza, but I'm not getting in another one of these trucks not until we figure out what the hell's going on. But these guys put everything, before themselves. They weren't even, can you imagine? You're in a truck hit by a missile, you survive that shit, and you get in another one. If those are heroes. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's crazy that they were the best of humanity, literally. It doesn't get better. Doesn't get more heroic, doesn't get more selfish. And they had to go, according to Israel. I mean, that tells you right there. When people this amazing become a threat to your empire, your establishment, whatever you're trying to do, what does that say about your goals?
Who were able to get into a third car, but they too were killed when that vehicle was hit.
1, 2, 3.
After days of international outrage and in response to U.S. demands, Israel has announced it will open new routes to allow more aid to flow into Gaza.
Yeah.
They are now listening to what the international community have been saying for months.
Yeah.
So
I forgot to mention that as well. The aid is also, allowing the aid to come back in from multiple directions is a major change. That if you're not going to be able to starve and create panic with all that aid coming in, that's why we saw the attacks on UNRWA. That's why we're seeing this targeted attack on the World Central Kitchen. Can't starve people if they're being fed. It's very difficult. So now it's now total reversal of that. So that, to me, that's saying, okay, maybe Joe Biden, raised his voice in a terse email to Bibi, and he got the hint.
That now changes the Israeli way of doing business, come humanitarian support, and maybe a little bit more precision in the prosecution of this war.
Sunday marks 6 months since Hamas's brutal attacks on Israel and the deadly war that has been waged since.
Protesters
Sandy
at the
Leclerc
border got
says
pushed away.
She is not mad at her partner for going to Gaza to help.
Probably.
She's proud and will make sure Jasper grows up surrounded with stories about his dad.
Beautiful
I will
baby.
bring up those memories. I will show him what happened. I will show him how his dad left as a hero.
This weekend, the latest round of talks aimed at reaching a deal for a ceasefire are set to begin in Egypt.
I mean, that really does hit really close to home, because this is what I'm thinking about when I'm like, do I really want to make that sacrifice? I just had a kid, wife and I just bought a house, and then I get smoked, and then I get smoked in a foreign country. And it's like, man, what the fuck can I do about that? I wish I could clone myself. I wish I could clone myself. Zelensky will send them a check? Yeah. All right, so as promised, here's this crazy Crux video. Now, Crux is I don't know who is, like, we've looked it up a few times. There's some weird entity that owns Crux. Can't quite remember, but it's a bit shady. There's the videos they create, but are like, really weird too. Like sometimes they're like really it's almost like I love the style, but there's definitely some questionable things from Crux. But here we have a report from Crux. Hamas, quote unquote, kill Israel troops, strikes Merkava tanks in Khan Yunis. This was released today. So maybe this is maybe Crux is owned by Qatar. Maybe we have some some Hezbollah connections here. Yeah, okay. I'm sure when your kid grows up in 20 years, there will be another genocide. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I'll be able to, once my kid grows up, there'll be another conflict I can sacrifice myself to. Yeah. All right. Good point, Kim Goblin. All right. So, but trigger warning, I don't support Hamas, even though people will say that. Of course, they always say that. Of course, I don't support Hamas. I don't even believe Hamas is a legitimate government. I've described Hamas as holding the Palestinian people hostage. I don't consider them to be a legitimate government. And I have no problem with Israel destroying them. But of course, I do have a problem with Israel destroying them and then, you know, pretending like there's nothing else they can do but take over the region. Oh, we can't do a technocratic government. We don't trust the PLO. Oh, no, there's nothing we can do. Whoops, I guess we'll just take it over. Well, settlers already moved in. Things have gotten weird. Jared Kushner moved in, and that's crazy. All right, there's 2 Jared Kushner jokes in one day. Okay, I'm cut off. Cut off. All right, but just wanted, you know, because it needs to be said, because the bad actors will pounce. I do not support Hamas. I think they're horrific. October 7th was a tragedy. And, you know, I'm showing this for educational purposes. This was released on April 7th, right as Israel is announcing, okay, we're done in Khan Yunis. Hezbollah puts this out. Crux puts this out. I don't know if there's a relationship there. But the timing cannot be ignored here. So let's see what this response is. And we'll just be the judge from there, okay? Better get this ready just in case. I don't think Crux is going to show anything too nasty, but you never know what Hamas will sneak in. Oh yeah, they're a legitimate military, guys. Is this literally the one guy? Is this literally the one guy you have that has a clean uniform? I've never seen a Hamas fighter soldier wear anything close to this. Are you kidding me? Oh, you got patches? What? How'd you sneak those in? You know what I mean? This is a joke. I've literally never seen a single Hamas fighter, and I've seen lots of them because Israel is happy to show the confirmed terrorists that they're killing. Not a single one of them wearing anything close to military fatigues. But anyway, go on. Yeah, they don't want. Yeah. I mean, it's like showing up to a costume party in a regular suit. You know, he just looked totally out of place. He gets shot by Hamas because he looks like an Israeli soldier. All right, so 14 IDF, and like I know I always make fun of Hamas numbers, but you know I'm super skeptical of of these Hamas numbers. I hate to say it, but I'm going to need to see a third party source this one out. Fighters hit Kava tanks with anti-armor shells. Yeah, from the Cold War. Failing in Khan Yunis operation. Okay. All right. See what I mean with Crux? You know what I mean? Resistance lies in wait for the next break. Jesus Christ, Crux. My God. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll put this in the propaganda. We'll file this under propaganda for sure. They're claiming that happened yesterday. Interesting. I haven't heard anything about this. Have you guys heard any reports about ambushes or anything like that? Welcome back, Smash. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. Assume whoever's making the claim is making their advantage, propagandistically speaking. Yeah, I mean, you know, even Ukraine, it's like, you know, okay, they've been, you know, verifiably, you know, pretty accurate, but you know, it's hard, right? It's hard to take those numbers seriously. It's like, okay, let's get some confirmation, and thankfully, there's lots of independent organizations that do just that. They go through, they do the grim process of confirming the dead. You know, they talk to people on the ground. They look at the combat footage. They look at the pictures that are, you know, all those people taking pictures of piles of dead bodies. They go through that. So there are organizations that are able to confirm that. So, and that is important. It's very ghoulish, but it is very important. It is. The truth is important. Got him right in the ass. Doesn't look like it destroyed the tank though. Spotted in the area and transported the dead and wounded. Interesting. Rescue forces were targeting inland as well as those with Israeli occupation forces. Oh, okay. I've seen people use this IOF. I thought it was a mistake. I thought they were just, it was a typo. So I guess that's what there's Israeli occupation forces. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. But can we, whatever. Lefties like this shit. I guess righties like this shit too. The IOF has utterly failed to achieve any of its goals, continuing to fall into elaborate ambushes, and unable to recover a single prisoner alive. So this is clearly what they're trying to do is say we pushed Israel out of Khan Yunis, and look, they're retreating. That's what they want to say. And Israel is saying, yeah, we fucked up. After yesterday, we fucked everybody up, and that was basically it. That was the last stronghold. They put up some resistance, but we ultimately took them out. It reeks of Vietnam, but unlike Vietnam, where the United States won every skirmish, every fight the United States won, even the Tet Offensive. The Tet Offensive militarily was a failure. But we lost the war. So it kind of similar here, but except. Israel is like I said, squeezing everybody out, pushing everybody, using incredible brutality, and just annihilating. I mean, could you imagine if Saigon was just completely leveled, to get rid of the Viet Cong presence that was there, and it was like no one had anything to move back to, and everyone was pushed either further north or further south, right? Yeah, woke patriot. Yeah, I mean, there were ebbs and flows, but in terms of any goals that we set out for ourselves, we achieved all those. If we wanted to blow something up, we blew it up. If we wanted to hold a hill, we held a hill. You know what I mean? Military objectives were achieved throughout all of Vietnam, and we still were just totally embarrassed and lost. And thank goodness we lost, because if the shoe was on the other foot, if we showed the same kind of brutality that the Israelis showed the Palestinians, well, my God, what would Vietnam even look like today? All right, okay, woke patriot. Let's go. I'll take your word for it. All right, I don't have time for another myopic contrarian debate with you today, so we'll just put that one on the shelf. Thank you so much. Israel claims 18 deaths. Okay. It's like Hamas really is made up of teenagers. The way that they edit these videos. Well, it's frustrating, woke patriot, because I'm only using the words of U.S. generals and things like that. So I understand. I kind of see what you're saying. And yeah, maybe I should listen to some more Howard Zinns on the topic. But from my understanding, there were, whatever, it's like we'll have to do a Vietnam special and really get into it. Because it's my understanding that the United States was able to basically do whatever the hell it wanted. Even pushing back the Tet Offensive. Ultimately making the Tet Offensive a military failure. Hell, I've seen evidence that there was some avoidance of key critical Viet Cong infrastructure that was not hit, radar stations and power stations that were not hit, so that the war could be extended. But That's conspiracy. Anyway, another operation reportedly took place in the Al Aman neighborhood west of Khan Yunis. It's so like it's so confusing. It's hard to tell if the footage we're watching correlates with the text in the screen. It's so messy. It's hard to believe any of this. Some of it has to be true though. Barrel bomb. What the hell's a barrel bomb? Is that a pipe bomb? It's a large barrel filled with explosives dropped from helicopter. They don't have helicopters. He literally bought that off Amazon, dude. Israel said they flushed them all out from Khan Yunis. Yeah, well, they didn't get any hostages, did they? They didn't announce any hostages. Stream update for Vietnam special. Lost battles. Okay, thank you. I was actually just about to ask you for that. For the Vietnam special. Okay. I was about to ask you for that because yeah, I know America lost battles, but that's not what I'm saying. So, you know, like America picked a target and then they blew that target up. Sometimes, you know, in progress to get to that part, to get to the blowy uppy part, there was losses and wins. People died. They had to be pushed back. But it's my understanding that there was no set military goal that wasn't achieved. But let's look into it. Let's get into it. Find out. Hardly hear of IDF joint training with U.S. troops, for example. Because I know, yes, the U.S. was pushed back in Vietnam in various places. I mean, hell, right outside, it was Coochie Coochie, right outside Saigon, was a massive Viet Cong hive. And they never were able to flush that out because of all the tunnels. Literally hundreds of kilometers of tunnels beneath Coochie Coochie. I just watched a Vietnam documentary last night, so I'm all filled with a bunch of cool facts. All right, finally, moving on from our Gaza news. We're doing, well, yeah, we'll do, you know, it's world news, but we'll do UK first. I guess it's fair to say, though, that, I mean, you know, the fall of Saigon was definitely a military failure. But I mean, was the United States' stated goal to get everybody that supported the South Vietnamese government out of the country? Was that the goal of the U.S. military? It certainly wasn't the goal in Afghanistan when we were pulling out. We never promised to save those people, disgustingly, even though we should have. We should have taken every Afghanistan person that wanted to come with us out of that country with us. We should have done it over the course of like a month. You know? Free pass. If you're a man, if you're a woman or child, free pass instantly. And if you're a man, we got to go through some process to make sure you're not Taliban. We didn't do that in Vietnam. We didn't do it in Afghanistan. We're sure as hell not going to do it in Iraq whenever we leave. And in Afghanistan, it's really quite a shame because there were colleges being run by the United States. And, right in the middle of, some of these women getting their doctorate, the United States bails on them. And they're left with the Taliban, who immediately close the schools and lock them up. And, no more music, no more joy, get pregnant immediately. I own you. A lot of those women were, some of those women were rescued. I would say maybe 10% of those women were actually rescued. What am I talking about? All right, so let's move on here. UK news. Lots of interesting stuff here. The farmers finally coming, realizing it's interesting, right? It's the same kind of thing with the farmers over here, in the United States. It's like, whip me, daddy, keep whipping me, right-wing conservative party, just keep whipping me, and I love it. I'm shocked. I mean, it's nice to see farmers, pushing back against the Tory party and all their lies, but it's actually shocking to see how many are still, Brexit was right, but it was just the wrong kind of Brexit. Wrong kind of Brexit. We didn't do Brexit right. We didn't hurt the right people that should have been hurt. So, let me just read a little bit of this here. Slaughtered. UK farmers protest post-Brexit rules and trade deals. Hey, hippies like me, we're warning you motherfuckers. Were we not? If you're from the UK, if you're on the left from the UK, were we not warning these motherfuckers? All these rules you want to get rid of? What's the guarantee that the renegotiation you're gonna come out on that? Boris promised it. Because Nigel promised it. We warned you. Their promises are worth nothing. They've done nothing but lie their entire careers. Oh, yeah, you're just a Ramoner. You like to be taxed, and you want to turn my kids gay. Stupid shit like that. They let emotion get the better of them. They let grifters come in. Grifters, insane grifters who are not even getting rich off this shit, dude. You completely flip up the tea table. You flip over the coffee table, right? And you got no plan, dude. You got no plan. The London negotiated the, quote, worst trade deals in the world. Not exactly what Nigel promised us. London negotiated the, quote, worst trade deals in the world after the UK's exit from the EU, claimed the founder of Save British Farming. Farmers in the UK protested against pro-Brexit rules and trade deals on Monday, claiming they are threatening their livelihoods and food security. To the sound of car horns, Save British Farming and Fairness for Farmers drove tractors in slow motion through South London towards Parliament Square, where supporters awaited. Displaying signs that read, quote, no farmers, no food, no future. The protesters called on the government to end trade deals they say allow imports of food produced to standards that would be illegal in the UK and undercut local farmers. No problem, Ice King. That is very interesting. Thank you for that update. We'll be getting to U.S. news in a little bit, probably in about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Back to the farmers here from the UK. Quote, they're not telling the truth, said the founder of Save British Farming, Liz Webster, when asked by a BBC News reporter what she would say to claims by the government it backs farmers, which is just a total joke. Just a total joke. Thank you, Ice King. Quote, they negotiated trade deals which literally see us slaughtered, she continued. They're the worst trade deals in the world. Man, that does not sound like what they promised us. Didn't they put all kinds of slogans on the side of buses? And I mean, they made all kinds of, Jacob Rees-Mogg making all kinds of promises, being so snooty when called out. Like, how will you guarantee? Oh, we're good. You're so stupid. You know what you're talking about. I'm academically trained. I know what we're talking about. The kind of smarminess that makes you literally ill to your fucking core. Dead wrong. Dead wrong. Dude still has a career, of course. Jacob Rees-Mogg. He promised us the moon and stars with Brexit. And look at this shit. And this is what we get. And then what choice do the lefties have but to support Keir Starmer, who's such a coward, can't even come out and say, yeah, this is bad, and we're going to reverse this. Can someone tell me that if the shoe was on the other foot, that if somehow Brexit was a Labour Party creation and a Labour Party failure, can someone tell me that the right wouldn't be 24/7 talking about this? That there wouldn't be a fucking right-wing news organization literally called Reversing Brexit? Dedicated 24/7 to talking about how they're going to immediately reverse Brexit the moment they get in charge. But no, the lefties, they found an excuse why they can't. Oh, we're so scared. We're so scared to talk about it. People don't want to even talk about Brexit anymore. Isn't that fucking cute? Tell me if the shoe was on the other foot that the right wing would be, well, strategically, we don't think it's the right move to be talking about this. We think people are rather fatigued with Brexit. We don't want to talk about the other party's incredible failures. Yeah, we're going to tie both of our hands behind our back. Gosh, geez, ooh, we got no choice. Because that's how they act, right? Quote, we have been totally and utterly let down by this government, Webster added. Quote, we are demanding change. The UK's exit from the EU has significantly affected its agriculture, taking the country outside the bloc's free trade zone and web of rules that have left farmers grappling with bureaucratic headaches, exporting difficulties, and labor shortages. And it's all real too, dude. It used to be so easy, couple pieces of paperwork here and there, and you're exporting to all kinds of European countries. Now it's a currency conversion. 300 different things. You got inspections and all kinds of paperwork throughout that. You got to pay fees every little bit of the way. All the shit we warned them about. They were warned. The Euronews report in 2021 found that sparkling wine producers in the UK had resorted to using voluntary labor? Slavery? Serfdom? To pick grapes, owing to a sizable reduction in migrant laborers coming to England due to Brexit. The COVID pandemic also played a role. Voluntary labor, is that like just, people just coming and going, working whatever hours, whatever for cash? Maybe voluntary labor. Free wine if you pick grapes, yeah, something like that. Maybe in the future China will have a kind of Marshall Plan to save the West. You're trying to trigger me. You're officially trying to get me ripping, aren't you? It's working. British farmers largely supported Brexit, opposing the EU, much criticized common agricultural policy. It was going to be dictated by Germany and France. It was all about ego. I mean, you hear that. We saw a man on the street interview with a guy who was like, yeah, well, Brexit doesn't look great, but it hasn't personally affected me. And, and then he was asked, well, would you vote for Brexit again if you could? And he goes, well, yeah, it hasn't personally affected me, and my main reason for voting for Brexit was so that we were no longer controlled by Germany and France. He's like, well, it hasn't hit me directly, so, I guess it was okay. Sorry, forgot the JK. It's hard to tell with you communists now. No, I know. I'm not going to go there. No, you're so far from tanky, it's ridiculous, woke patriot. Has Brexit been a failure? A majority of Brits think so. Well, it's just they haven't spoken to Jacob Rees-Mogg, who's going to, smugly tell them that they're wrong. Wait do you see this? Wait do you see this shit? Okay, talking about Jacob Rees-Mogg. We're done with this article. If you want to read the rest of it, it's right here. But listen to this shit. Listen to Jacob Rees-Mogg continue. You've made your shit sandwich. It's greasy and wet. It's wet and disgusting. It smells horrible. Everyone around you has told you not to eat the shit sandwich. You've taken a bite out of the shit sandwich and are now chewing. And it's disgusting. It tastes bad. Everyone around you is 100% correct, and you know it. But Jacob Rees-Mogg is right in front of you, and this is the shit that he's telling you. This is the shit that he's telling you with a mouthful of shit. He told you the whole time it wasn't going to taste bad. He told you the whole time it smells like shit, it looks like shit. It's not shit. Trust me, take a big old bite of this sandwich. And you're chewing, and you're like, oh, this tastes like shit. But this is what he's got to say to you. Welcome back, Reed Strader.
2, 1.
Woke Patriot, 100%.
It's 4 years on since we left the EU, and people are still scrabbling around to find some benefit amongst the rubble that's Brexit. Here's a case in point. Jacob Rees-Mogg has invited a farmer, David Catt, onto his GB News show to try and push home the point that all is well, and farmers should in fact be taking advantage of all the...
Just real quick, this man owns and uses a monocle. He owns one and uses it. That's a big deal.
The benefits available, now we aren't being told what to do by those bureaucrats in pesky Brussels.
And I'm joined now by farmer and wholesaler David Catt.
David Catt, though, sets the record straight that things are in fact pretty crap thanks to Brexit.
Thank you very much for joining me. Will you be joining me in celebrating the 4 years since we departed from the EU?
No, not whatsoever. None whatsoever. Hasn't benefited British agriculture one iota. In fact, it's damaged us. It's destroyed our ability to export to the EU. We had built massive trade with beef and sheep, lamb, fish, dairy products, which now we're not allowed to sell. We can't sell to the EU because of the red tape.
So he's chewing the sandwich, and he's letting him know, hey, this tastes like poop.
We've got new checks coming in tomorrow. We've got new checks coming in tomorrow, which have been deferred 5 times, which will put the restrictions on.
Those are checks on imports, though, not on exports.
Yeah, but our exports, our exports stopped in 2020.
But you can still export to the EU under the TCA that we did with the European Union.
The paperwork and red tape involved, it makes it prohibitive financially.
Overall, our exports have grown to the EU since we left.
That's down to gas.
Well, it's not entirely down to gas, actually. It's also other aspects.
But the bulk of the exports are gas, yes.
No, gas is important, but actually our exports have been doing well, not just with the EU, but...
You told me this shit sandwich wasn't going to taste like shit. When does the good part... Is this like one of those candies where it's like really sour and it gets sweet? Should I just keep chewing? Is that what I should do, Jacob? Just keep chewing? I'm just chewing wrong. That must be it. I'm eating the shit sandwich wrong. That's what's going on here, right?
But globally,
too much on the Russians.
And we've had a protected market for EU agricultural produce, which has been hugely to the disadvantage of British consumers. We've had higher prices because we have been a captive market for the EU, and we can be more competitive, and our farmers can be more competitive. And as we open up free,
these are the promises he gave us before we knew what the results of his actions were going to be. We can see it. We're living it. We're chewing away. And he's telling us, oh, that's not, no, you're just doing it wrong. Oh, you want to take a bite of this shit sandwich, Jacob? Oh, I'm not hungry. Just ate. I went to a $10,000 dinner. I'm so full. You go ahead, keep chewing.
and we can be more competitive, and our farmers can be more competitive. And as we open up free trade deals with other countries, there's a chance for you to export to them.
Inside the EU, we had protections of the CAP, which was a food policy. Outside of the EU, we have no governmental food policies. We are in a situation in this country at the moment where agriculture and farming is falling off a cliff. In Kent, here, the Garden of England, where I am, apple trees are being grubbed at a far faster rate than ever before.
No, you don't get it. You still don't get it, Ice King. It's actually, you were wrong. Brexit was good. You're just doing it wrong.
Planting vineyards. We can't get any labour. Well, the labour we can get now comes, instead of from Europe freely, it comes from Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, all around the world on visas, which are very expensive, create a lot of red tape. So most farmers, fruit farmers down here, are packing up. We're planting vineyards.
The growth of vineyards has been doing extremely well. Farmers have been making a lot of money out of vineyards and increasing the value of their land.
Can this motherfucker really? Vineyards? You know what I want to see? I want to see the entire Oxford Dictionary shoved up this motherfucker's Roblox. You know what I'm talking about? Vineyards. Put the monocle up there, too, while we're at it. Vineyards, he says. Vineyards, huh? Jacob Rees Farmer. Oh! You're on fire today. The piss shake is available. No! We got 3 guys in various stages of kidney failure.
And as well, that's been a real positive.
Yeah, but it's only in its initial stages at the moment. But they're having to go there. A lot of established fruit farms that have been fruit farms for 50 years are finished.
Markets are developing, and the regulations on wine are being eased to make it more competitive and less regulated. This is a real opportunity that we couldn't have in the EU.
He's like, the prices have gone up. Everything's gone up. Okay, he's like, oh, we'll fix it. It'll be better soon. This is a great opportunity. You're not the one losing your farm. Do you understand how farmers work? It's like it's a crop by crop, game of survival. Okay? And every time you're planting those seeds, you're rolling the motherfucking dice. Okay? We don't have estates. I'm not a farmer, right? But farmers don't have, they don't have all this wealth, and they can make mistakes and they can make boo-boos, and mommy and daddy money will bail us out. I worked on a farm. You know what I mean?
No businessman puts a barrier between itself and its biggest customer. Does not happen. Does not happen.
But our biggest customer is the United States. Our biggest single trading partner is the United States, not the EU. Not any individual country in the EU.
Not for foodstuffs. We've left at the vagaries of the supermarkets, who dictate the prices.
The farmers were always complaining about the supermarkets when we were in the EU. That's no change.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same.
Because the government policies allowed them to be where they are on the continent. They're controlled to a much greater degree than they are here.
Well, thank you very much, David. It's good of you to...
well, I clearly can't convince you that you're eating shit. Okay, on to the next Patsy. We got him. Where's the... I guess I couldn't convince you you're eating shit. On to the next sucker. They think we're fucking idiots, It's kind of like a theme, isn't it? And it really is. They're kind of checking society. These sociopathic right wingers. They're kind of like checking us. They're checking our democracies. They're like, okay, do they really mean it? Do they really believe in justice? So do we? Do we believe in equality, equity, justice, democracy? This fucking clown doesn't think so. Is he right? I'm tempted to not play this. Should we have compassion for the Brexit conned? But James O'Brien, I'm in love. Are you kidding me? This guy is like, he's so good. He's so good at his job. I'm jealous. You know what I mean? I hate him. He's so good. He's so good, dude. Just coming from like sitting in this chair in front of the microphone, doing the whole production thing. Guy's a fucking genius sometimes, man. So any opportunity I can get to show James O'Brien here, and also my boy Maximilian Robespierre, make sure you're liking and subscribing. Great content, especially if you're a Yankee like me, trying to get a better understanding of the UK. Maximilian Robespierre is a great resource for that. So make sure you're liking, make sure you're subscribing. Don't be clicking that bell though. Oh my God. If you hate your life, click the bell. I like to watch him when Brexit was being debated. Yeah, I mean he was nailing it. Oh, Ferrari and almost everyone else on the network. Oh, maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe it won't be so bad. No, James O'Brien stuck to his guns because his guns were fact-based. The gaslighting can get so overwhelming sometimes about certain topics. It could be like, maybe I am crazy. Maybe I am crazy. I have to leave after every night. Yeah, but that would mean I have to leave every night. I too like deserts. What are you talking about? Yes. Talking about Maximilian here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, Maximilian, not James O'Brien. I see. Yeah. Well, make sure you're subscribed. Double check. Click that subscribe button. Put that shit in your algorithm. And then never click a video. I don't care if you never click a video. Support Maximilian. He's great.
Hi guys, James O'Brien is famous for his contempt for the con men, compassion for the conned.
You better be.
And as he watched the farmers protesting against post-Brexit trade deals and a raw deal from a Brexiteer government, he began to question the sense of such a catchphrase. Liz Webster and many within British farming had sounded the alarm before the referendum, knowing that leaving the EU would negatively impact their sector, but also result in food becoming more expensive for the most vulnerable in society. The media, of course, allowed charlatans like Mogg, Johnson, Farage and others to sell their sunlit uplands pretty much unchallenged. Now we see tractors descending on London. Have a listen to O'Brien's monologue about the conned here, and I'll attempt to explain why I believe so many farmers backed Brexit.
Yeah. And what I find extraordinary,
we were talking about this,
and why I sometimes struggle to muster up the sympathy for every single victim of the con men, as opposed to the actual con men themselves, is that we were told this. Jacob Rees-Mogg, what do you think he meant when he talked about cheap food for peasants? What do you think he was referring to when he said he'd be perfectly happy shipping in tons of hormone-injected beef from Australia? What did you think that would do to British beef farmers?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we were like vociferously warned, and like the left was screaming so loud about this, they were able to successfully mount a campaign of like, aren't you just sick and tired of hearing these people who are against Brexit? I mean, come on, whether you're for or against it, it's just annoying at this point. Ramoners, it was a whole smear campaign, and it worked. It got people like James O'Brien to be like, fine, whatever the fuck, whatever. But we were only 100% correct. Like, I mean, it's even shocking how, like, you like, where's the benefits for anybody, dude? For anybody. Nobody's making money off this. That's what's crazy to me, is that, like, the true believers that made this happen, the quasi-quatangs, right? The people that were just, oh, yeah, we just got to, it's like a phoenix. We just got to blow everything up, change everything, take more than we've ever taken, and then somehow it fixes itself and rebalances. But we're still on top.
When Patrick Minford talked about the necessity of running down manufacturing and agriculture in the way that we had run down coal and steel. I genuinely, and I don't know, and I'll never know, and I can't really imagine ever addressing the issue in an academic sense because I find it so impenetrable. What did people hear when the rest of us were hearing the truth? Farmers seemed to believe it more completely than anybody. Farmers had more to lose and more at stake than anybody else except the fishermen. Well, and the exporters and the universities. I could go on. But farmers had more to lose than almost any other section of society, and yet they were queuing up to stick bloody great signs in their fields saying, vote Brexit. Everywhere you went in 2016, if you had the pleasure of driving through British countryside, it would be in some way sullied by seeing a whopping great trailer parked at the side of the road with vote Brexit on the side of it.
And let me tell you, we see that in the United States with Trump, and we see that in Canada with the stupid convoys. There's this advanced style of propaganda has really, done a number on these right wingers. It's very convincing. It's confusing. It's really emotion based. It's really connected to those guttural gut feelings that a lot of us have, the fears and insecurities that everybody has, but some are more capable of looking beyond them than others, right? And of course, those people that are less capable tend to lean towards the right. It's very, very dangerous, and this is what I'm talking about. How the left, we need a response to this. There's far too many people that it's not like they'll tell you what that, but it just feels like they believe in like a cyclical nature to this. Like things will eventually get better. Common sense will eventually reign supreme. And it's like, no, we have to make it. We have to create this. We have to actively push back. We have to be aware of it and push back and fight. And we can't depend on the corporatist left version to do this, because the people that pay them are kind of interested in authoritarianism. It'd be a whole lot easier to do this, but they don't know any better. Look at Brexit. Look at Brexit. They got exactly what they wanted. With Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, they thought they were getting exactly what they wanted. Kwasi Kwarteng was telling the rich exactly what they wanted to hear. The kind of reforms that they begged for. Implements it, tanks the economy. Oh, I don't know. I didn't know being incredibly selfish was going to ruin everything. Okay, take it back. I take it back. Fix it. It goes back to what I originally say about the oligarchy, that they're fucking mentally ill, that they're not good leaders. It's mental illness. This desire to hoard. Spend the fucking money. Spend it. Oh no, then I won't be the richest. Good Lord, who cares? Were all the corps against Brexit? I don't think so. I would love to see some evidence to the contrary, though, because I don't live there, so I didn't get a first person perspective on that. So if you have any information on that, Void Dink, I would love to review that. Actually, what are we watching today? Oh, we're watching James O'Brien's Floating Head in the Ocean. I googled it. You're right. Oh fuck. I'm sorry.
Nigel Farage with a pint pot on his head. The farmers seemed, and the statistics sadly support this to a point, the best efforts of people like Liz Webster notwithstanding, the farmers seemed to sign up for Brexit with more alacrity and enthusiasm than any other public-facing profession in the country.
And he's correct. Now, once again, it's important not to tar all farmers with the same brush. Many of them voted to remain in the European Union, but a significant number voted to leave. Now, I want to focus on those who voted to leave. Why did they do that? And I've been racking my brain trying to come up with a reason for this. And I think I've come up with two possible conclusions. And there may be more, but the two I've come up with, one being they didn't believe it was going to impact them. So they believed that, yes, we're part of the supply chain, but if there is a Brexit, if we leave the European Union, the single market, it's going to be somebody else's problem. We'll produce...
Well, that's interesting, Void Nick. That's very interesting. Thank you for looking that up. I appreciate that. And that's, of course, just one article. So I would be interested to see kind of like polling from the time, or maybe a retrospective that goes over some of the polling that indicates, yeah, I mean, that's, here's what here's what the corps were into, here's what farmers were into. It was really quite shocking how effective the Ramoner campaign was in terms of just being like, okay, just get it done, get it over with. It's like your girlfriend with anal sex, you just break her down. What am I talking about? No! I apologize.
The beef, we'll produce the dairy products, but it will be somebody else's to fix. And this, of course, shows a complete lack of understanding of a supply chain, because if one part of it breaks down, all of it breaks down. And we saw that with Brexit. We saw that, for example, the fishing industry, they catch the fish.
If you're good at what you're doing, you actually don't need lube.
And then they're not able to sell it to the distributors because the distributors can't export it to the single market. So they told fishermen, stop catching these fish.
Ben Shapiro wouldn't know anything about that, though. Yo! It's the sexism hour.
Because you're not going to be able to sell them to us. We're not going to buy them. So I think part of this comes down to a lack of understanding of the consequences of Brexit. And of course, if you're listening to people like Nigel Farage, Boris Johnson...
And, the media mixture can definitely be blamed for that as well, because, we have the Trump effect over here in the United States. The super left are hyper-focusing on Trump because it gets you views. People are fascinated by this insane person. And it was kind of a similar kind of thing, in the UK, where there was like I said, there was like, we just don't even want to talk about it anymore, and there was kind of a media consensus around that. So it's not 100% to blame the citizens, but this idea that they're totally blameless, and I don't think anyone really believes that, but I do think there's kind of like a lack of responsibility, a lack of shame, a lack of culpability, like no one really wants to admit that, a big part of the problem is us, it's us.
Jacob Rees-Mogg and others who say, don't worry about this, then that's a problem as well, because these people are not experts. The experts were saying, no, this is going to create problems. So I think one part of it is a lack of understanding of the impact Brexit would have. And this idea that, well, it's, we're part of a supply chain, but it will be somebody else's fault or somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
Now, the other, unfortunately, I've come to...
And like I said, I believe the media is partially to blame for that.
This idea...
Yeah, and he's saying the other problem is greed. So this is... Okay, so please explain to me how, the people who were greedy, and this is what I'm saying, like, there was a lot of greedy people who thought they were going to make some money off this. Who were these folks? What was their motivation?
Other, unfortunately, I've come to... is greed. This idea that, well, look, I want to, and this...
Okay, he's talking about the farmers specifically, sorry. He's talking about the farmers specifically, their motivations. I've interrupted too many times, so we've lost the context. He's speaking specifically about the farmers, what might have motivated them to vote against their own self-interest. Okay, let's go back.
Greed. This idea that, well, look, I want to, and this is a certain section of the farming community. We have to be honest about this, but I think some of it is down to greed. This idea that, well, I want to be able to dump as much chemical fertilizer, or chemicals in general, into the land. I want to get the biggest yield possible. I want to maximize profit, and to hell with the consequences. The same with animal welfare standards.
And that's where this, we don't want to be controlled by Germany and France, mentality is coming from. We don't want the regulations that they set for their country to affect our business. Even though they're generally, very, very rarely are there environmental protections that make sense in one country that don't make sense in the other. Pollution doesn't magically go away because it's in the United Kingdom, right? Doesn't magically disappear, guys. It's pollution, still pollution. But they're like, oh yeah, you're not going to tell me what to do. We beat you in WW2.
Standards. I want to be able to treat the animals as I wish. I don't want somebody else telling me what to do. I don't want the European Union imposing restrictions in these areas like the environment or animal welfare or workers' rights. I don't want that. So I want to be able to be...
Hooligan, welcome to the New World Order. I just had sex with my gay frog boyfriend, and let me tell you something, the liberals were right. The liberals were right on that one. I'm going to take it back. The frogs are gay, and I'm okay with it. I'd like to announce my gay frog boyfriend, Freddy. Freddy the Frog. Look, Freddy the Frog. Come on over, Freddy. Come on, Freddy. You don't have to be embarrassed. Where are you going, Freddy? I love you, Freddy. Don't leave me. Folks, I'm sorry to announce Freddy the Frog has been destroyed by the New World Order. If you don't buy some supplements, I won't have any money to get another frog boyfriend. That's all I got.
Be free to do whatever the hell I want. And it was music to their ears when people like Nigel Farage turned up on their farms or turned up at their markets telling them, you will, when we leave the European Union, you can do whatever the hell you want. You'll be able to dump as much fertilizer in the land as you want because there'll be no more EU regulations. You'll be able to treat the animals as you want because you won't have the dumb EU telling you what to do. People in Brussels who don't know anything about farming telling you what to do. This was music to their ears.
Yeah.
Now they're reaping the benefits.
You know, that's an interesting
And once
take.
again, it's important to remember that
there's a greed
people like
element
Liz
there.
Webster and others, the National Farmers Union, were telling people about the consequences of leaving the European Union. But I think a lack of understanding and greed drove so many to vote for Brexit. You know, perhaps some of these farmers who had these big signs up in their fields probably have them somewhere in a warehouse or in a barn or something like that at the moment. Maybe they should take them out, dust them off, and have a long think about this. And stop listening to charlatans and crooks and start listening to experts. People who...
Yeah, 100%. Maximilian Robespierre, totally correct. Pointing out, I totally agree with his points here. Sorry about so many interruptions. I'm laughing because canonically woke patriot is 100% correct. And I'm laughing because I know this. You think Jeff Bezos knows anything about the Muppet Babies? Do you think Elon Musk knows anything about the Muppet Babies, huh? No. You know why? Because they're successful. I know the damn theme song, dog. It's in my head now. Muppet Babies will make your dreams come true. That's why they're winners, and that's why I'm a loser. No, he did it. No, he did it to me. I hate this. Why do I keep showing these? The liberals are right on that one. I'm going to take it back. The frogs are gay, and I'm okay with it. I'd like to announce my gay frog boyfriend, Freddie. The liberals are right on that one. That's a pretty good one. All right, that's a pretty good one. Okay, all right. We got to have, you know what? We got to get these on social media. I got to make sure to share these. Strategy. Put these in the Discord for me, please. I got to make sure to share them on social media. We'll go viral. We'll go viral one of these days, guys. We're going to go viral, and then the chat is going to turn into complete garbage. Just 12-year-olds doing their 10-minute comedy set 24/7. Every time I hit start stream, just hundreds of yahoos. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be great. We used to have good conversations. Now it's just garbage. I can't wait. So last little bit of UK news here. Yahoo! Last little bit of UK news from Maria Perkins here. Another Maximilian Robespierre, but I don't think we're going to listen to the commentary, just the clip. Calls out the resurrection of Margaret Thatcher. So we see this in the United States, of course, with our Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan. I don't know how to download the clips. Just put the links in the Discord. Hooligan Grundy. Uh-oh. Oh, my God. How is... Oh, the doc is still an emoji? Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, that's embarrassing. Welcome back, Hooligan Grundy. I'm showing this clip not because it's Maria Perkins. There's no other reason. I mean, she's not literally perfect. Okay. And that's not why I'm showing it. I'm showing it because she makes a good point here, because we're seeing this deification, this kind of re-education or recontextualization of these incredibly damaging right-wing figures that are, very slowly and very softly turned into, oh, they're not so bad. I mean, compared to now, they're not so bad. Mid. Voidnik. I've never heard a comment so incorrect. You've literally you've never met a real woman. Look, and I like dude, you're like crazy, dude. I love your shit, dude. This is great. I love the green slime face. It's great. Best and cheapest viewers on streamboo.com. Hey, loser, want to turn your stream into a fucking success? Buy my fucking fake viewers. He's right, though. Well, all the right-wingers do it. A lot of the right-wingers fake their views. It's a good way to be successful. Any place to put the clips? Politics or in the memes? Put it in general. Thank you, Strategy, for making by the way, thank you for making those clips and going viral. It's actually really important. Another thing that I don't do for the channel because I'm too fucking busy with a family. Right? I think you've watched so much British TV that British women become your new beauty standard. No, my wife is my beauty standard because she's my number one. But Maria Perkins, she's a close two in an alternate universe where I'm not happily and successfully and married to my beautiful wife. But, you know, Marina Perkins wish she could get up on this. You know what I'm talking about? Look at this. Okay, what are we doing?
Hi guys, a few weeks ago, members of the Labour front bench were chastised for calling Margaret Thatcher a visionary. Now, it's not entirely clear if they meant it in a positive or negative way. However, it went down rightly like a lead balloon. There seems to be something of a movement afoot to resurrect the reputation of the so-called Iron Lady, but doing so would do a massive disservice to the victims of her policies. Here, political commentator Marina Perkins on the Jeremy Vine Show shuts down such talk.
What's wrong with Thatcher, though?
Right.
What's wrong with Thatcher, though? Like there isn't Julian Andrews. She was just Scully, Gillian, what's her name? Scully from X-Files. Just in a show. Woman's a hot mess. Fucked up the country. What's wrong? Come on, what's wrong? You know, crack the unions over her fucking knee like Bane.
Do we need a second Thatcher? We didn't need the first one. I can't believe how people sort of look through these like rose-tinted lens of this Iron Lady. What she oversaw, what she launched essentially with Thatcherism was a heist. It was asset stripping of this country, which we are still dealing with now. It is basically where one class, one region took everything away from everyone else. She didn't care.
You're talking about privatisation?
I'm talking about deindustrialisation, where there was absolute disregard for the lives and livelihoods and communities that are still reeling now. And then privatisation, how did that work out for us? Our energy, our water, our steel,
council houses.
Council houses, which kick-started the housing crisis we're now living now. The idea that she's oversaw this period of political renewal. No, she didn't renew the economy. She shattered it.
Well said. She
shattered it. She shattered it. Ah, she's great. Great. She's just great. If you want to see the rest of this clip, make sure you check it out here. Big thanks, big props once again to Maximilian Robespierre. Sorry we don't have time for your additional comments. I'm sure they're 100% on point. I believe this is an article from your boy, Woke Patriot. Might be from you, Strategy member. Please let me know. Welcome back, Tisriel. I think I forgot to say welcome back. Deindustrialization is usually a bad thing. Not producing shit makes you extra dependent on other economies, just as Germany in the late 1920s. Well, I don't agree with this degrowth movement. I agree with breaking the cycle of ever increasing profits. You know, this capitalist idea that, you know, everything needs to constantly be making money, more money than the last year. It's self-defeating. It's incredibly destructive, and companies that are incapable of doing that then get destroyed and it doesn't work. But this idea that people need to live with less, It's just, it's cute. You know, it's cute. But your average regular normie voter is pretty selfish, pretty narcissistic, you know, kind of ignorant, kind of intentionally, right? Because it's like, I don't really want to, you know, deal with the harsh reality of the world. It's really scary. And, you know, I've been going off my gut so far. They're not intellectually curious. Folks, there's millions of people walking around. They don't have an internal dialogue in their head. They're not talking to themselves in their head. Oh, thank you, Strategy, for this link. So yeah, I'm just responding to that deindustrialization comment in the by Tisriel there. Like, I don't. No one's gonna go for it. Our best hope is to find as close to a medium as possible. I know it sounds centrist, I guess, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of mainstream appeal. I'm just trying to think of your actual average voter. And they're never gonna be like, yeah, we want less stuff. We want less luxury. We want less crap. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just need, like, you know, the right cult of personality to convince us that that's what we need. But in the meantime, I guess I'm just like, I'm thinking of, like, how would Machiavelli handle this, you know? And he'd be like, no, you gotta accept that, you know, the selfishness and narcissism and greed is inherent in most people, and you need to work, you need to work within those confines to achieve your goals, whether there be left wing or right wing. You got to play to people's desires. That's how you get right wingers to vote against their self-interests. You play against their desires. How do you know that's actually a thing? People without... I read a Reddit article for 5 seconds, and now I believe it is fact. Hooligan. If you have any proof to the contrary, I'd love to see it. Anyway, I'm just responding to that Tisriel's comment. It's a nice idea, degrowth, deindustrialization. It's just, how are we going to sell that shit to the masses? We can't even see, you know, like, sometimes we can't even sell successfully the closure of coal mines. You know, something that's like, yeah, clearly we need to be moving beyond this. There's a trillion other ways to fucking generate energy. We don't need to be pumping, you know, coal carbon into the air, in the atmosphere. But people are like, oh no, we need them. Anyway, over to this article, and I didn't realize that we're looking at such a horrific picture here right on the cover. But this is the result of the Dow Chemical, the Bhopal disaster. If you're not sure what that is, you might be too young. You might want to type the Bhopal disaster into YouTube. I'm sure there's several, probably really excellent documentaries about it. But it was an incredibly tragic chemical spill of some sort. Or it was, you know, an intentional poisoning. I'm not quite sure. I think it was some kind of spill, but people died, little kids died, you know, and it was not a lot of accountability, you know, and they're trying to skirt accountability now. Usual bullshit. Are worried about demographics and its impact on future growth. Yeah, I guess so. In general, that's a pretty general question. It's a pretty broad question, but I guess so. Yeah. I'm worried about, you know, trying to create a system that works for all those demographics, including the right wing. The failure of the U.S.-based chemical company Dow to provide remedy to victims of a deadly gas leak, so that's what it was, a gas leak, from a pesticide plant in India that resulted in the deaths of more than 22,000 people. As you can see, you know, suffocation in the worst way. Has created a quote-unquote sacrifice zone That's a cute term. In which 500,000 more continue to suffer. Amnesty International said in a new report today, ahead of the 40th anniversary of one of the world's worst industrial disasters. Let me go ahead and change my current subject. If you just came in, you would think I was talking literally about Brexit. Bhopal was preventable, not an accident, but the result of negligence and corporate malfeasance. Isn't that always the case? Almost always, woke patriot. You know, isn't that always the case? Like we were just talking with the Baltimore Bridge disaster. You know, the most likely culprit is corporate greed, failure to upkeep their machines. You know, the crew, the police, everyone did everything that they possibly could. They had minutes to react. Bhopal was capitalism doing capitalism and then learning nothing from it. Yeah, I mean they learned plenty. They learned what they could get away with. They learned the limits of how to hide things and all kinds of PR techniques and how to gaslight. They learned plenty. In which a sacrifice zone in which 500,000 more continue to suffer. Amnesty International said in a new report today ahead of the 40th anniversary of one of the world's worst industrial disasters. Issued before Dow's annual general meeting of shareholders on April 11th, Bhopal, 40 Years of Injustice, shows that the human rights-based case for justice and reparations for Bhopal survivors has never been stronger. Amnesty International is calling on companies and states to consider withholding business from Dow unless it recognizes its human rights responsibilities and takes meaningful and rapid action to redress these harms. So Dow is one of those really, really closely tied to the United States companies, kind of like Boeing, right? Really, really closely tied to our own military and our own critical infrastructure. So Dow gets treated with special, Dow gets special treatment. And that's why they're able to get away with this insanity. And they will never really have real accountability. They've been around for a long time. One of the reasons why our generations are poisoned for life because of, permanent chemicals and forever chemicals and microplastics is because of Dow. Dow is absolutely one of those. And if the right wing get in, Dow gets to do whatever it wants with your body. Dow gets to poison you however the fuck it wants. Oh, that's a pain in the ass to get rid of that chemical. Can't we just dump it? I don't live here. Do you live here? I don't fucking live here. This place is a shithole. Dump that shit. Yeah, thank you. Napalm, speaking of Vietnam. So that's why we see this resistance, this lack of justice. And once again, it goes back to a conversation that's constantly being brought up, especially when we're talking about, the U.S. and the proxy war with Ukraine and Russia, is that, the United States is not helping Ukraine because the United States believes in democracy. The United States is helping Ukraine because it agrees with the United States, the empire of the United States' goals geopolitically. And that's what it's all about. And we see all throughout the history of the United States, and we see this, there's so many examples of shit like this. We see a lack of justice, a lack of accountability, American exceptionalism. It's okay because we did it kind of argument. So amazing article. Of course, I don't have time to read the whole thing because I'm a hack. I'm a piece of shit. There's that getting in the way of that. But if you want to read the whole thing, I just put the link in the chat. It's right there. Great work from Amnesty International. And why not click that big O donate button that I keep hiding? Look at that. You click. Look at that. You put the mouse over it. It lights up the candle. Why don't you go ahead and click that candle right there and donate some money, you cheapskates? Look at that. You're not going to, what? You don't want to donate now? In the arms of an angel. Donate $5 million. $5 trillion. No, donate. Do it. Get to it. Deadly breast implants brought to you by Dow Corning. Oh, that's another. I mean, they've been around a long time. They've poisoned entire generations of human beings. It's like, really, when this controversy actually hits people, when people start coming to terms with the fact that we have been ingesting PFAS, forever chemicals, and microplastics, that our kids and our kids' kids will have these things. If Generation Alpha works really, really hard, they might be able to not secure their kids, but they might be able to secure a future for their kids' kids to not be poisoned with forever chemicals and microplastics. I'm not even close to being hyperbolic. They're finding microplastics in some of the most remote areas on planet Earth, untouched, unspoiled, one of the few areas still unspoiled by human hands. And, they only do little excursions to make sure, okay, what's changed? Like, okay, here's the radiation from the nukes. Here's the radiation from Fukushima. Oh, and look at this, microplastics. Forever chemicals are likely in every single woman's womb on planet Earth. And these are not harmless. They told us this is where the crime is, because they told us they were harmless. They said to us, oh, they're benign. Oh, some of them may leach into your food, but they're ultimately benign. And they were wrong. Just like they were wrong about tobacco and all the other things they lied to us about when it was bad for us. Remember DEET? Remember DDT? Lenny and Woke Patriot will remember DDT. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Hardest motherfucker on Twitch. Yeah. Like and subscribe to Lenny, or you will get microplastics. All right, so I didn't have time for this yesterday. It's kind of wonky. I apologize, but please let me indulge myself. Amnesty has issued a report claiming Ukrainian forces endanger civilians by placing troops in the cities, and before it had revoked Alexei Navalny's status of a prisoner of conscience, decision they reversed after criticism. I don't know why they would do that. Alex Navalny was a hardcore right-winger that was happy to be on stage with straight-up neo-Nazis. So it was really interesting seeing the recontextualization of Alex Navalny. All it took was like literally one Twitter video I saw. I was like, oh my god, you got a fucking fascist right behind you, fucking cheering you on, dude. Yeah, hooligan strategy. I agree. And okay, so Amnesty International. Okay, yeah, if that's a shame. If they were trying to say that about Ukraine. I mean, what choice do they have? They did. It's not their choice that a Russian army invaded their country and started using their civilian buildings as cover in their invasion. What the hell are the Ukrainians supposed to do? Oh, the houses are off limits. We're not going to bomb our own buildings. They're safe zones for the Russian soldiers now. So that's interesting, Voidnik. So make sure you donate appropriately. Maybe I take it back. I mean, come on. Amnesty International is doing some good work, man. It's really tough. It's really tough, man. I can't throw literally every leftist organization out here, but at the same time, they need to be criticized for this. Oh, we care so much about the Palestinians, but we're going to carry a little water for Russia, for Russia's invasion in Ukraine, because Ukraine had the audacity to defend itself. Nonsense. All right, we'll be doing Ukraine Not on Monday. We're doing the solar eclipse on Monday. It's going to be a really short stream just covering that. So probably Tuesday we'll do a Ukraine update. All right, back to this wonky-ass article. Once again, let me indulge a little bit, but hey, the loss of these 100-year newspapers, getting absorbed by, uninteresting media conglomerates and, reduced in uselessness usefulness, is actually really bad for society. And if there isn't an advertising model that can work, if there isn't a capitalist model that works for the printed news industry, then it should be supported by public money. You know what I'm saying? If we just can't find an advertising model, there's just not enough people that want to actually subscribe, then this needs to be socialized. We cannot allow this resource to be destroyed because of capitalism. It is too important. It is too important. The printed word, print journalism, local journalism, international journalism, it's too important. It's too important. Even if it's not, on the internet and people aren't physically reading the papers, I do believe this needs to be saved before it's too late. Or, it's never too late, though, when it comes to the printed word, when it comes to, local newspapers. Truth dies in the darkness, right? Information is the gateway to the ability to actually be able to realize the risks of your actions. Totally. Can't see the forest from the trees without journalism. Absolutely. So it's with a heavy heart, sadness that, this incredibly old Canadian, been around for 124 years, called the White Horse Star. It's a Canadian newspaper, but it broke my heart hearing this. It really just breaks my heart.
Yukon's longest-running newspaper will soon be turning its last page. The White Horse Star is shutting down after more than a century of covering the territory. Linda Ward is here to tell us more about this. Wow, so this is the end of an era here.
Ironically, I found this incredibly ironic. She's gonna list off a bunch of tweets, a bunch of reactions that people had to the closing of this newspaper. And she's going to list it. They're all tweets, dude. They're all fucking tweets. I think the irony is completely lost on them as well. I don't think they even, I don't know. There's not even like a coy smile or anything. The newspaper has a page talking of their own closing. Oh, interesting. I think they show the newspaper itself. Wow, look at strategy member over there. They don't get it. Heavy hearts today, past several weeks. Yeah, so apparently they tried to find other funding. Been an integral part of the Yukon's landscape since 1900. Start of the century. Wow. Most employees have been with us more than 17 years. Our final edition will be published on Friday, May 17th. Well, okay. May 17th, that's enough. That might be enough time. This might scare enough people into figuring something out. Honestly, though, like I said, if there isn't a private advertising model that works with print journalism anymore, it should be, this is like the police. This is like firefighting. This is an essential tool for democracy. An essential tool for, and it should be, of course, online. It should, of course, put your stuff online. It doesn't necessarily, I guess, have to print a physical version of it, but there needs to be journalism. There needs to be people that are paid to go out and collect information about what's happening around us and then tell us. Okay. And maybe and like the social media, the problem with social media is that we do have some of them, lots of citizens giving us all kinds of information about what's going on, but it's schizophrenic. There's no form or order to it. AI isn't going to replace this. We don't have robots going out there asking questions, and robots will be emailing and calling people maybe. Imagine a robot journalist calls you up after a car accident. What would you like to tell the AI Times? So it's a resource we need, regardless of whether people want to look at a physical newspaper or not. We need journalists that are able to make ends meet, going out, compiling information and creating reports, and those reports, it's called news. It lets us know what's going on. I'm shocked that I even need to even say this. It's like I'm taking crazy medicine, you know what I mean? Holy shit. Last time I checked, we want to know what's going on around us. All right, I've already spent too much time on this, so we'll just get into it a little bit. I don't think we have time for the whole thing. Maybe we do. Let's just
124 years. It started in 1900 as the Northern Star, but they say recent years have just been too hard on the paper. They've seen a drop in circulation and advertisers that are turning more to social media. So with a heavy heart, they say they're going to have to put their last publication out on May 17th, and that publication will touch on some of the major events that they've covered over the last 124 years, things like the gold rush, the last two world wars, a 1914 flu pandemic as well. They had been trying over the last several weeks to come up with a solution that might have seen some local residents even buy the paper, but there was no deal. They had been asking local residents as well to give their thoughts on how the paper could be saved. Back in January, CBC spoke with a former reporter and editor at the paper who was working as a consultant for the Star.
Really value and cherish the White Horse Star. It's been publishing for 124 years, which is amazing. And the other thing is it's independently owned. It's locally owned. It's not owned by a chain. And every dollar spent on the Star stays in this community. It's a remarkable thing. It's a rare thing in Canada.
And so there's a lot of reaction to this as well on social media from people in the area, but also from other journalists. One, Marissa Teal writes on X, "My first non-intern newspaper gig was here. I had the best..."
But, I mean, what is she supposed to do? Respond to letters, respond to telegrams, respond to, you know what I mean? This is how people communicate now on social media. She got a mimeograph. So it's ironic, but it makes perfect sense. But the irony is also there as well, isn't it? It's just this is it. This is real life is crazier than any kind of fiction.
Time being a sports editor, got to cover some special events. As always, it's disappointing and gutting to see another newspaper go. We also heard from Johnny Wakefield, a journalist with the Edmonton Journal, says, "God, more sad media news. The White Horse Star, whose motto, illegitimus non carborundum," and I'll let you read the translation on the screen there, is the best in journalism, is closing.
Like Marissa was saying there, another newspaper. I mean, the White Horse Star, it's not alone in the challenges that it's facing on the advertising side of things, and also in how people are consuming news these days.
Absolutely. And the folks over at Toronto Metropolitan University.
But I don't care. I really don't care. I would care if it was government funded and if there was only one right-wing option. Then I would be like, yeah, okay, that's not good. But I think there should be a pool of public money that is used to fund local journalism. At least two outlets, right? At least two, preferably more.
School of Journalism have been doing a local news project. So they've been measuring this over the last number of years. We have a graph we can actually show you that will illustrate sort of what the media landscape has looked like. When you look at this graph, the red bars there, more than 500 local news outlets have closed across Canada since 2008. 36 last year alone. The blue that you're seeing, 226 new local news outlets that have launched. So really not keeping up there. And then we're seeing a news like Saltwire Network, the largest newspaper owner in Atlantic Canada, filing for creditor protection last month. Last year, 96 local publications switched to online only. The editor of The Star says, you know, this puts democracy at risk, especially in more remote communities where local news, local politics, local crime, and even, you know, the local sports star at the high school may not get the kind of coverage that they would without newspapers like
and highly
these.
Factual.
Linda, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for this. CBC's Linda Ward.
There we go. We got strategy member looking it up. Ground News is a great resource to, you know, they keep track of various media outlets and their bias. They're, you know, I don't think they're 100% accurate. They're probably, no one could be 100% accurate, but it's better than, you know, it's something. It's at least some data point. And it's interesting that Ground News is saying that they're pretty much in the center and highly factual. So it sounds like we're really losing an actual important piece of journalism here in Canada. So that's great. Great news. So we're not going to watch this whole 11 minutes. This guy, this Andrew Chang, does this really twee CBC kind of like personal millennial kind of edited style about that, but. This did come up a couple days ago. I think maybe 5 or 6 streams ago, someone mentioned in the chat about this lawsuit. This is pretty interesting because if you're not in IT, if you're not into computers, it's kind of hard to know. But for decades now, Apple has intentionally designed their computers to be anti-compatible with other devices, other companies. And they do it in various ways, either with their hardware or even within their software. And they've gotten away with it for decades, you know, and they do it under the guise of security. They do it under the guise of like, it's, you know, it's our own, it's our own technology. And that's why it's just so advanced. That's why other stuff doesn't work with us, because our stuff is just so cool. It just, you know, it's not even compatible. Those excuses. And the result of that is that they've actually made computers that are incredibly hard to fix, that are, you know, you use them up. They make computers that are made to be used like tissue paper. You use them up and throw them away. You don't upgrade. You don't fix and repair. Oh, your hard drive's dead. Replace the whole computer. That kind of thing. And the comparison I used to, you know, give people, I guess I still do, is, you know, what if you bought a car and the engine compartment was welded shut? And anytime there was any kind of problem, whatever that was, the only way to fix that car was to go to very specific auto mechanics who had the very specific tools, who could unscrew the very specific bolts to get in there and do it. And if it's out of warranty, it's going to cost you a fortune. You might as well just buy a new car. It's like, yeah, it's literally going to cost you basically the cost of a brand new car to fix this. It's out of warranty. You've used it for 2 years or 3 years, whatever it is. You might as well just buy a new car, and we'll give you, we won't even give you a trade-in. Like Apple won't even, if your shit's out of warranty, they won't buy it back. No, you got to go recycle that. Take it to a dump. You know, your $3,000 investment, $2,000 investment, you know, $1,500, whatever you spent on it. So imagine that. Imagine you'd be outraged. Are you kidding me? I just spent tens of thousands of dollars on this vehicle, and I can't change the oil. I can't change the radiator. No. In fact, if you were to attempt to get into your engine, that voids the warranty. You're not allowed, this oil filter, oh, this is not an Apple approved oil filter. That must have mean you broken your warranty. Well, there you go. I mean, there you go. This repair, this new oil filter is going to cost you $5,000, and then just to open it up and to repair it's going to cost you another $10,000, right? Or we're just going to ream you right up against the wall. That is how Apple has been doing business in the IT world forever. So it's the reason why I'm saying this is because it's refreshing to see any kind of recognition, because usually this stuff is so new. Our government is made up of, no offense, older people that don't understand technology. They don't understand these incompatibilities. So there's no rules. There's no fucking rules for this stuff. And Apple has been able to take advantage of that. So it's interesting to see the law kind of catching up a little bit to these incredibly anti-consumer practices that Apple has been able to, have because of its, pseudo monopoly. It's not really a monopoly, but they've kind of created their own little niche because of their incredibly aggressive tactics here. And if you're not in tech, it's like it's hard. It's like esoteric. But if you're in tech, it's infuriating. Let me tell you, it's enraging.
Have you ever tried to use a third-party smartwatch on your iPhone, but it kind of sucks? Or have you wondered, why does iPhone Tap to Pay only seem to work with Apple Pay? Well, the answer, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, is Apple has been rigging the game.
We allege that Apple has consolidated its monopoly power, not by making its own products better, but by making other products worse.
So the DOJ is suing. 88 pages alleging Apple broke antitrust laws, intentionally making the smartphone experience worse for everybody as a way of maintaining a monopoly. It's not the first time Apple's been sued for being anti-competitive, but this is the broadest case against it we've seen.
The Justice Department has just filed a landmark antitrust suit against Apple.
Let's go through it. Smartwatches are a good example of how the DOJ says Apple locks its customers into its ecosystem. So if you own an Apple Watch, you can only use it with an iPhone. You can use other smartwatches with your iPhone too, but they just don't work quite as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see how with this Apple Watch, I just got a message here, right? And I can reply just right here on the watch. Not now. I'm busy, or however that comes across when you have such a tiny keyboard. That's been a restricted function on third-party watches for years. They have access to your contacts, to your phone's GPS, to your calendar, but replying to a message or accepting a calendar invite in real time, the lawsuit says Apple intentionally crippled the capabilities of third-party watches, reserving them only for Apple Watch owners.
I think the thing that the DOJ really is honing in on is the ways in which Apple
Camaro,
makes conscious product decisions to make it so it's really inconvenient to be outside their ecosystem.
Apple knew this would push people to buy the Apple Watch and establish it as an iPhone differentiator, says the DOJ. Basically, it would reinforce the moat, make the Apple Watch experience clearly better than that of other watches, in part by making the experience of other watches worse. And once you're hooked, who's going to switch to Android if it means this watch, which probably cost you hundreds of dollars, becomes useless?
If all you've done is make a really good product, that never becomes illegal. The claim is that they've done things artificially to make other companies unable to compete effectively. And if that's the claim, that's not the same as simply making a good product.
The lawsuit also raises digital wallets as a big red flag. For years, Apple has made it impossible for any third-party wallet to use its tap-to-pay functionality. That's starting to change in the EU, but only after years of legal and political fights. So that Apple Wallet, carrying all of your credit card information, personal ID, movie tickets, even your car keys, and Apple Pay for contactless payment at a store.
People are unlocking their car with their fucking phone. Are you serious? Are you serious? I assume there's a backup. I assume there's a backup to get in there, dog. How many people have lost their phone? You're going to be unlocking your car with your phone, huh? That's wild to me. That's totally bonkers to me. I don't know, man. That's too far.
That's territory Apple has carved out for it and itself only.
Surefire way to get your car stolen.
Made a lot of money doing it. A percentage.
Really, Voitnik?
15 basis points on every.
So you're doing the Apple Pay. You're unlocking your car. So so you got a backup key fob in the wall. Okay, that's what I figured. There's a backup. So that's really interesting. You're just bloop 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 bloop. Yeah. Well, I guess that makes sense, right? Because like the phone has really like become an extension of of humanity, right? It's like an essential device. You wake up, for a lot of people, when you wake up, the first thing you do is look at your phone. I know that's me. I'm looking at the clock, and then I'm reading the news when I'm in my morning routine. I got YouTube going with the news usually. So yeah. Shit, I'm being a boomer over here. It's so weird to me. I don't know. I guess this is when, because we don't really unlock our car with our keys anymore. My 2013 Honda Fit still has a physical key. On one side, it's not even on the passenger side. There's only one door you can unlock with a physical lock. But most modern cars don't even have keys to unlock them. They don't have the option to have roll down windows anymore. Oh man. I can feel my DNA breaking down as we speak.
Credit card purchase with Apple.
All right, yada yada yada. You get it. So he explains, he breaks down how it's shitty. We're not going to watch the whole thing. So here's the link if you want to finish it. Just wanted to take this opportunity to point out, hey, we might see a little bit of pushback against the anti-consumer practices of Apple Corporation, which would be a godsend, but don't hold your breath. We'll see. I was off to implant a chip into my hand at a conference 10 years ago. Would it just be like an NFC kind of thing, like or a RFID, or would it actually be able to hold a certain amount of data? Because that would be interesting. Yeah, NFC. Yeah, all right. Oh, that could be interesting. It could be interesting. Wanted to do a follow-up, moving on to our next story here in world news. Wanted to do a follow-up with the tragedy in Taiwan, with the earthquakes there, the aftershocks, they do continue. Unfortunately, the death toll has risen to 13, but I got to say, like I've said this before, and I won't belabor the point, but regulations were really the hero when it came to this. Seeing some of these buildings, look at that. I mean, just the building completely, ass over tea kettle here, and it did not disintegrate. This is what happens when you build buildings correctly, because you've listened to the scientists, you've listened, you haven't allowed your government to become so corrupt that it builds buildings, in a very unsafe way. So that death toll would be much, much higher if it wasn't for regulations, building regulations. Wanted to point that out, libertarians, you fucking psychopaths. Yeah, I'd like to see a libertarian sleep in a house that built with no regulations. Yeah, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay for the first 100 houses. All right, the standards be upkept. All right. By the 500th house of no regulation building, all the corners are cut. They'll start insulating these houses with cotton candy. Oh, it smells great in here.
The planned demolition of this destroyed multi-story was stopped on Saturday, as strong aftershocks continue to rattle the Taiwanese city of Hualien, following a 7.4 magnitude earthquake on Wednesday.
Again, props to the architects, man. That building looks like it's coming down, and it doesn't. And people were able to get out of there. It's amazing.
The red Uranus building, now a symbol of the island's worst earthquake in 25 years, is leaning ever more precariously with every tremor, making demolition work dangerous.
Earthquake still continuously coming. Every 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Oh, wow, scary.
So this morning, 4 o'clock, I think you also feel it. That's a strong one. Okay. It's keep going. I don't know when it's gonna stop.
Man, that's frightening.
So I think it's not safe.
70-year-old Adam Yu is one of 150 residents in Hualien now forced to stay at shelters after the earthquake damaged over 200 buildings in what is Taiwan's largest and worst affected county. More than 400 people remain trapped, with most stranded at a national park.
Wow. Yeah, so there's a lot of people that are, these mountain roads got totally demolished, and literally they're trapped. They can't come and go. They can't escape. It's going to take months to clear some of these roads. So hundreds of people just like stuck in like some of these more remote areas. Some of these are like resort areas.
Landslides in the rural region sent boulders barreling down mountains, cutting off access by road.
Wow. This is a time of our vulnerability. This is the time when our people are in pain.
Taiwan's ambassador to Canada telling Global News that 13 are now confirmed dead in the quake, with more than 1,000 injured. But it's the missing that are the main concern.
Yeah. We still have 6 missing. These are the people not able to be contacted, and we are worried about their situation. We are still making our effort to find them.
Wow.
Taiwan has rejected China's help with rebuilding efforts.
I gotta say, they're the Taiwanese government kind of on top of this shit.
The ambassador calling the offer nothing more than lip service.
Yeah, this is so crazy. And as we saw just a couple days ago when I was trying to look up a Taiwanese charity, they've SEO'd all of these, or I'm sorry, a Taiwanese charity, but China has SEO'd. They're basically trying to say if the only way to help Taiwan is to donate through China, here are these, all these recommendations for Chinese charities. Strategy member, if you could help me out, actually, if you could help me find a legitimate, not associated with China charity that you would donate to for Taiwan, that would be great if we could post that in the chat.
The offer from China to help Taiwan this time on the first day of the earthquake was not was received with some suspicion. I believe that is the feeling of most people in Taiwan.
Yeah.
Ambassador Seng says that instead, Taiwan is relying on newly set up charities aimed at rebuilding Taiwan following the earthquake. He says these channels have so far received 70,000 donations from more than 30 different countries, worth over $4 million.
Yeah, so I mean, there was all kinds of fear that I was seeing, worries about, we'll help you out, but we gotta, we're gonna bring in a bunch of Chinese workers, and we want citizenship, for these workers, that kind of stuff. Really, kind of, we'll help you out if you let us, if you let us get a foot in the door and taking over your country. Of course, it's not framed that way. Moving on here, we're just jumping all over the globe. You can call us the Carmen Sandiego of news streams. Moving over to Ecuador, and just a follow-up on this craziness of the Ecuador raid of the Mexican embassy. What is this, the 1800s? Are we gonna see some kind of war? I don't think so, but it's definitely pretty crazy behavior. It kind of reminds you that there's so much stuff happening in this very complicated, big world that it's impossible to keep track of all the different, conflicts and political issues that are happening across the globe. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let me see if I can find this video somewhere else. It's just gone. YouTube said no. Maybe there was some misinformation. I don't know. All right, so here we go. We have one from. We got Times of India. Oh, here we go. Times of India. Yes, we got some Indian news. Let's do it. 3 hours ago, dramatic Mexico embassy raid by Ecuador cops. India. What is this? What's this network? Times of India. Kind of a Crux Media thing happening here. Going to Mexico, sever ties with Ecuador. What is happening? Mexico outraged over disregard for international law. Ecuadorian police broke into the Mexican embassy in its capital, Quito. So is Ecuador the new guy he's doing all the economic reforms? No, that's Argentina. El Salvador is doing the gang thing, you know? They went after the big crackdown on the gangs. Yeah, this is bang out of order what Ecuador did against Vienna Convention. There's glass being transferred to Guadalcanal, being shared on social media. Wow, so they took somebody from the embassy. Mexico's president announced the severance of diplomatic ties with Ecuador. Wow, so they kidnapped this guy. That's a bold move. Ecuador condemned the breach of international law in Mexico. So what's the goal here? What are they trying to achieve? They raided the embassy and took him away. They tried to do that with Hugo Chavez. Forcible entry into the embassy. This isn't the U.S., is it? No, this isn't the U.S. You working with Ecuador. What is the motivation here? He's going to promptly suspended, rightfully so. So now Ecuador was also doing its own kind of gang crackdown, right? Inspired by El Salvador, if I recall correctly. Is that what's going on? My God, what is this, Metal Gear Solid? Holy shit, dude. I feel like this is like literally it's mission briefing music for a Rainbow Six. Ecuador's actions draw criticism from the international community. Yeah, okay. Are they just repeating this? They just looping this? Okay. Justified the act saying Ecuador is a sovereign nation. Okay. We are not going to permit any criminal to stay free. Interesting. Okay, so they're saying he's what?
Stay with the Times of India for news.
Okay, that is interesting. So, if anyone does have any follow-up, if they catch any follow-up information, feel free to put that in the Discord. I would appreciate that, and I'll definitely try to keep up on this as well to see what the hell is actually going on here. Hopefully, we'll find out more information soon. He was holed up in the embassy since December. Yeah, I know. I want to play some Metal Gear Solid now, dude, and do some sneaky missions. I always get bogged down in the cinematics and then in the VR missions, and then I get tired and stop playing. I make no progress because I'm doing like all the extra shit first. Such a weirdo. All right, moving over to Haiti news. U.S. Haitians fear for well-being for their families back home. So I believe Haiti has also been antagonizing China. I think I have a story about that as well lined up here. No, that's the Houthis. I take that back. This guy, we're going to show a clip from China Uncensored. Pretty funny channel. So we'll show that next. So no, I take that back. So yeah, let's get a follow up here to what's happening with the Haitian situation. And of course we got, looks like Haitians that have U.S. citizenship that are living in Haiti are a little worried. Yeah, get the hell out of there. What are you doing? Time to go. But I mean, that's easier said than done. Let's see. Can you pick up? Some people, some people aren't single, like living in living alone in a single apartment, can just like pack their entire life into a duffel bag and leave immediately. Most people are not in that position. But a lot of Reddit seems to be in that position. It's weird. I don't know. There's a lot of people on Reddit that seem to be able to just pack it all up and leave immediately whenever they can. Interesting.
The United Nations has described the situation in Haiti as cataclysmic. Gang violence has spiraled out of control. The UN estimates at least 1,500 people have been killed this year alone, and it blames corruption and poor governance for allowing gangs to control the streets.
Yeah.
Well, the violence there is also having an impact outside of Haiti.
Sorry, the volume's a little loud there. We're going to turn it down just a little bit more.
More than 700,000 Haitians live in the United States, largely in southern Florida. Many fear for the safety and well-being of their families on the island. But it's almost impossible to get help to their loved ones. DW's Washington Bureau Chief Enos Pohl reports tonight from Miami.
Miami is home to one of the largest Haitian communities in the U.S. Places like the family bakery serve as gathering points.
A lot of people come. They come from Georgia, they come from New York, they come from all over.
It feels like everyone here has family in Haiti.
It's terrible. Basically, it's a problem even to go out to get food, to go shopping, because you don't know when something is going to happen in the neighborhood.
Every time this morning I wake up, I cook eggs and bread. I got everything I want because my fridge have everything. Every time I'm going to eat, I want to cry.
When those things happen and then the food get very, very high and people are gonna stop to come to United States.
Tessa Petit was born and raised in Haiti. She now works here in the U.S. as a social worker helping immigrants. She says she sees the pattern. Whenever there's been a major crisis on the island, Haitians try to get to the U.S. by boat.
The boats, the means of transportation have not changed over the years. They are man-made, very basic boats, and with what would normally have a capacity of maybe 20 people will be loaded with about 60 or 70 people. Sometimes they may be diverted by high seas and they may end up in the Bahamas.
And let me tell you folks, there's been some real horror stories, men, women, and children climbing over each other, desperate to try to be on top of a boat that's rotating, and they're in the middle of the ocean, and there's just some absolutely heartbreaking stories about Haitians, migrants coming in, trying to do that, and their whole life savings, they give to these crooks that cram them into these leaky boats, and then do this incredibly dangerous journey in a fucking kiddie pool. It's just crazy.
So they may end up on the coast of Cuba, or they may, end up somewhere else. During this journey that can last anywhere between 5 to 7 days, people will have no access to water, no access to food. Or if there is an issue, some people will die, or if they run out of...
Big props to Strategy member finding us a proper place to donate. Make sure you check it out. I'll definitely check it out there, but make sure you click that link if you're interested in helping Taiwan. It does look like they got their shit together more than other places, but if you have family out there, or if you want to help anyway, make sure you follow that link.
Space on the boat, they will throw some people overboard.
I visit Shirley Oxez. She hosts a daily news show out of Miami for the diaspora.
Hi, I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How
She's
are you?
in regular contact with her family in Haiti, but messages can sometimes be very distressing.
We're gracious to WhatsApp. The good thing is to get a WhatsApp phone call, because then you can pretty much monitor and gear the conversation. The worst thing, and then you also want to prepare yourself, a WhatsApp voice, and then that's what breaks our heart. That could ruin my whole day, because you hear, "Allô Shirley, eu connais depuis matin nous pas manger." Hello Shirley, we haven't eaten in a couple of days. The kids haven't eaten, and you set the money, but there's no market. And then, or I hear, Western Union or any of the MoneyGram people have not opened because they're scared.
Haiti is just under 1.5 hours away by plane from here, but it is increasingly difficult for people to help their families back home.
It looks so hot. Looks so hot in there. Looks great though. I bet the fish is delicious from here. Well, gosh, I would like to end this part of talking about Haiti with some positivity, but right now things don't look very positive. There is definitely a massive power vacuum, and there's a mad dash by these various gangs to control it. Barbecue does not. He's the most internationally recognized. He's getting in front of as many cameras as possible, but he actually isn't even the most powerful gang in Haiti. Just frightening to think. He's extremely savvy and strategic, but there seems to be just an all-out countrywide gang war, and citizens are going to be caught right in the middle. Probably the only way to get anything done, like if you're building a building or trying to do anything, you're going to have to bribe people. That's probably what's happening. It's probably devolved completely into a quid pro quo kind of system. Terrible. We're definitely going to be following up, though, as I see more news coming from this. The state of barbecue and his conquest. We'll definitely do some follow up on this one as well, for sure. So this is interesting. Moving over to China, who has been harassed themselves by the Houthi rebels, causing all kinds of trouble, blatantly saying we're doing this for the Palestinians. Probably one of the most outward and aggressive and effective, defenders of Palestine right now is these Houthi rebels. Ironically, these fucking pirates. I use WhatsApp every week to talk to my partner in Tel Aviv. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it seems to be a very useful tool for a lot of people, cheap communication tool there. Hopefully Discord, I know Discord is starting to do ads and stuff like that. Hopefully they don't make, they make like the audio capabilities, they cut that off with a paywall, because I know Discord is a very useful tool for a lot of activist movements. They use Discord. But anyway, back to the story here. Houthi rebels ended China's ambitions in the Middle East. So this is kind of interesting. Let's take the headline with a grain of salt here. This guy's very clickbaity with his headlines, and he's super, super critical of China, which is okay. But he clearly has his biases. Apparently, he's even been targeted specifically by name by the Chinese government, which he wears as a badge of honor. So he's no friend of the Chinese government, and that's okay by me. But I don't know. He's so aggressive with his snark and his bias. It makes me wonder what the where's the other side of the shoe here? Where's the motivation? Where's the money? Is he one of these right wing guys that doesn't like China because of Hong Kong and is he part of this? Because there was the Hong Kong democracy movement that was supported by right wingers in the United States. It was kind of weird to see it at CPAC. Like 6 years back, it was featured at CPAC, the Hong Kong democracy movement. And it was like, what's this connection here? And turns out there was a lot of astroturfed pseudo pro-democracy groups in Hong Kong that were funded by the right wing. So that's what I'm kind of wondering. He specifically has done, I've seen some segments where he does streams about fundraising. So maybe that's not the case, that he's not getting a bunch of money, from these AstroTurf right-wing areas, and he's literally just independent, and he just has a chip on his shoulder. He used to live in China. Apparently, he can speak Chinese, and so maybe he's just got a chip on his shoulder for some reason. He's like, maybe his his wife was Uyghur and she was kidnapped and she's in a Chinese re-education camp. I don't know what this guy's story is, but he's got a real chip on his shoulder for China, which, I, once again, as a liberty-loving human being, I don't necessarily have a problem with, but just makes me wonder what the motivations are. Anyway, he's still entertaining, so let's go ahead and have a watch here. China Uncensored, with almost 2 million subscribers. Not bad. I think he doesn't like China because of clicks, if you ask me. Really? Strategy? Yeah. So, okay, you were wondering about the motivations, too. China already has economic hegemony over the U.S., and performatism from these right wingers is completely irrelevant. I mean, so the left, there's this big, I'm not saying you're a tanky, Mr. Moobs, but there is this kind of tanky ignorance when it comes to China and their paper tiger economy. This idea that they have, did you know that Japan actually, we're going to find out in the next segment coming up, in a few segments coming up with the Japanese economic documentary I'm going to show here, little mini documentary. Japan actually has more U.S. debt now than China. This idea that China has, America's economy in a headlock, and that it's surpassing it, and, America needs to be cautious. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Looking at companies like Evergrande, or however you say it, $500 billion, and the whole thing put under the rug, like numbers don't exist, like money doesn't exist, like there's just no, there's no economic ramifications for the incredible fraud that company committed. I'm not so convinced that the Chinese economy as we know it is as they say it is. You know what I'm saying? China has Trump's balls in a vice. Anybody who's willing to give Trump money, can have Trump's ear. He's such a bitch. Tankies are no more misled about China than consumers of mainstream media, just confused in a different direction and manner. Interesting take, woke patriot. China's more centralized state capitalist economy system means it can reorient very quickly compared to neoliberal Western economies. Oh my God, I think we got a tanky. Hey, could you put a link? Could you put a link to your Twitter account, or I'm sorry, your X account? Could you put a link to your Twitter account for me in the chat? I'm wondering if you have maybe 1 or 2 hammer and sickles next to your name. How many hammer and sickles do you have next to your name on your Twitter account, buddy? All right, let's get to the clip here. Want me to investigate? Now strategy down.
The Iran-backed Houthi militia attacked a Chinese ship. So far, they don't seem to care. But this is a bizarre response from China. Why don't they make a bigger deal?
I don't buy the hype. I don't buy the hype that China is an economic danger to the United States hegemony. It's that the Chinese yuan, that the Chinese economy is going to be challenging the dollar anytime soon. I think that's the goal. That would be really nice. China, of course, would want that. But I'm not so convinced that, this is late stage capitalism and China's rising, the Chinese economy is rising and the dollar's sinking. I'm not, when I really start digging into it, I'm not really seeing that. But maybe it's because I'm biased and I'm just intimidated by the strength of the Chinese empire.
Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. Last week, the Iran-backed Houthi militia in control of Yemen attacked a Chinese ship in the Red Sea, despite a deal not to. And China was outraged because they would never, ever mess with ships from another country. What kind of karma, outrage is this? It was the early hours of the morning on March 23rd. The sun was shining. There was a light breeze. And the Chinese-owned and operated oil tanker, the Huangpu, was minding its own business as it sailed through the Red Sea, when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, came 4 Houthi-launched anti-ship ballistic missiles, and a 5th missile which struck the ship. After that, all hell broke loose. There were explosions.
See, I'm not so sure about that, Bike Shop Guru. I'm not so sure about that either. That it's going to totally collapse. But China isn't going to be worried by all the U.S. politicians coming pissing their pants. China is the state. Yeah, this idea that their pseudo-communist structure, which is really just more of a dictatorship than anything else. It's not real communism. Are you kidding me? The people are so far removed from the decisions of their government, it's a fucking joke. Xi Jinping over here lives a life of total luxury. What's real communism? I want to see equality, baby. Xi Jinping should. There's no. He's a politician. He's a paper pusher. He's making decisions. He shouldn't be living in a palace. He shouldn't be living in mansions. He shouldn't hope. A nice communist house would be, maybe a nice little 3-story house, front yard, maybe around the block from his place of work, maybe nice and close. He lives like a king, and he's basically making himself a dictator, Xi Jinping. Davin pointing out that China does believe in climate change. That is a good point. Dub for China. Good point.
And, what's that, Shelley? Oh, actually, the ship just kept going. They don't make missiles like they used to. The Huangpu did issue a distress call received by the U.S. Central Command, but it didn't require assistance. It reported a fire on board that was quickly extinguished and no casualties, because getting hit with missiles isn't nearly as scary as upsetting the CCP by not doing your job. You're still breathing? Get back to work. But this is a huge deal. I mean, a Chinese ship has been attacked. Surely Beijing is furious. Oh, actually, so far they don't seem to care.
Well, that's
in
interesting.
fact, it was the U.S. military that intervened, engaging 6 Houthi drones, 5 of which crashed into the Red Sea.
So I agree he's biased against China, but he's sourced. You know, this is not 9 minutes of him flapping his fucking butt cheeks. It's 9 minutes of sourced articles. You know, this is all legit. He's sourced all the way through. This isn't, you know, Tucker or Hannity over here. So, yeah, Woke Patriot. Looks like you're right. Looks like you're correct there. It's not just tankies who are convinced in the superiority of the Chinese empire. I think it's a fucking lie. I think it's a big scam, dude. I think they're fucking lying to the entire world.
Yes, you heard me correctly. The U.S. military came to the rescue of a Chinese oil tanker.
In China?
To be fair, the U.S. is the leader of an international coalition intended to protect Red Sea shipping, so that's
huge.
Now, don't get me wrong. The CCP hasn't been completely silent regarding the Houthi attack. In a press briefing, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian said that China has always opposed attacks on civilian ships and advocates maintaining the safety of waterways in the Red Sea waters in accordance with international law. Right. The same international law that China openly flouts in the South China Sea.
All the time.
But Lin followed that up with a reminder of where the CCP's loyalties lie, saying, at the same time, China believes that the international community should quell the war in Gaza as soon as possible and create necessary conditions to cool down the situation in the Red Sea. But this is a bizarre...
They have every right in the world to criticize the West for Palestine, the Gaza situation. It's totally, you know, it's totally of their creation since the 40s. Moves, I'm not going to sit here and say that the United States empire is squeaky clean. I'm not one of those guys, right? So, yeah. You know, China, Russia has every right to be calling out the Gaza war and our humanitarian hypocrisy.
Response from China. Why don't they make a bigger deal out of their ship being attacked? What's going on? Well, keep watching because I'll tell you in a moment. But first, it helps to understand what's going on in the Red Sea. After Hamas, another Iran-backed group, attacked Israel on October 7th of last year, the Houthis started attacking shipping lanes in the Red Sea.
Yeah. So, Ham, you're correct. And that was the case with Russia as well and NATO, right? Was NATO incorrect about placing those missiles surrounding Russia? You know, NATO has been proven retroactively correct, you know, about Russia. But then, of course, there's the argument, well, they wouldn't be so aggressive. They wouldn't be so bellicose if the missiles weren't there in the first place. If the United States and NATO didn't put those missiles there, then we wouldn't be so mean to everybody. And that's like, well, maybe not. You look at characters like Putin, you look at dictators like Xi Jinping, you're like, well, you know, are they going to see a lack of a missile as an opening for peace, an opportunity for peace and cooperation, or are they going to see a lack of a missile as an obvious sign of weakness? And if the shoe were on the other foot, they'd put 2 missiles there. One can retroactively justify almost anything. Yeah, okay, buddy. Let's just muddy this up completely. I understand that war is bad. I get that. I would prefer everyone to just sing Kumbaya. No shit. But back to reality. Oops, there goes gravity. muddy it up as if it's clear in the first fucking place. Clearly it's not. Hard to argue with that. Crawl the wall. I wonder if we play into the whole saber rattling by consuming all this news greedily. Holy shit. What a negative Nancy. What a negative Nancy. I only have, it's like every source in the goddamn world, right? All propaganda, everything's lies. I'm the only one who knows the truth. They just switched to a war economy now long term, so even less of an incentive to engage in peace talks. You're talking about Russia. Ukraine corruption and U.S. blackmail of Ukraine is likely never talked about, the Biden calls. We acknowledge the Ukrainian corruption issue here on the News Underground. Kem Goblin, who lives in Ukraine and supports, defending his country and pushing back against Russia, is happy to acknowledge that as a problem that is continues to be addressed. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Zelensky needs to be making new announcements about the corruption issue. Okay, we're going after this, we're going after that. And so far, every couple months, we hear Zelensky's doing this. He's going after these guys. He's going after that. So we are seeing movement on breaking this cycle of corruption inside Ukraine, which is very encouraging. With that said, let's not, that's hard to break. That's a hard thing to break, even for nice guys like Zelensky, if you want to even consider him a nice guy. I certainly consider him a competent guy and the exact right person for the time, the exact person that was needed for Ukraine. Perfect decision, the correct decision by the people to put him in charge. So I just wanted to get that out there. The News Underground absolutely acknowledges, the reality of that. I mean, you can't be a vassal state of Russia and not inherit a completely toxic and corrupt system of governing.
Solidarity, you understand. But the Houthis had previously promised not to attack China.
Yeah, Ham, I'm hearing a lot of that from a lot of people who are carrying water for Russia. This whole, the U.S. secretly invaded Ukraine and took it over from the inside, and it's just a total puppet state. And show me the money. Give me something that isn't from the what's their nuts. I've completely cut them out of my life. I forget their fucking names. But those assholes from The Intercept who defend Russia's invasion, but all of a sudden come to the defense of the Palestinians. But give me some fucking proof on this. I keep hearing this conspiracy theory that the United States took over the Ukrainian government, and that's why they were invaded. Russia saw this coming, and this is just a grand ruse on everybody, and Russia sees through it. This has nothing to do with the ambitions of Putin. I'm going to need to see a lot of proof on that one.
Chinese or Russian ships in the region due to their anti-Western, pro-Palestinian, and pro-Iranian political stances. In fact, some experts say the attack on the Huangpu was most likely a mistake instead of a deliberate attack.
Yeah, great point, Bike
In
Shop.
return, China and Russia also promised political support to the militant group in exchange for safety in the Red Sea shipping lanes, which has mostly worked out for China. In general, China has remained quiet on the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea.
DCI, put a
They
link in the
rejected
chat.
an invitation to join a U.S.-led international coalition dedicated to striking the Houthis.
Crawl the wall. Is Russia justified in its invasion of Ukraine?
In Yemen. Why? Well, the reason is because China is good friends with Iran. Remember, the Houthis are backed by Iran. China has been helping Iran mitigate Western sanctions and provided diplomatic cover to the Ayatollah regime for years now. China is Iran's top buyer of oil. It's investing heavily in Iranian ports. Meanwhile, the two countries are working together on a blue water friendship, creating blue water navies that could threaten the West and their allies in the Indo-Pacific. China and Iran also recently held joint naval drills with Russia in the Gulf of Oman, known as the 2024 Marine Security Belt. Since the Houthi movement is backed by Iran, this incident could have easily been a serious setback in Iran-China relations. and neither side wants that. That's why China isn't taking it personally. The problem is, the Houthis are starting to be a real drag on China's plans and ambitions.
Crawl the wall. Does Russia deserve to have the Donbass or the Crimea region, or are those Ukrainian regions and should be liberated?
Beijing wants to position itself as a major global military power. And China built its first overseas military base in Djibouti, which is right at the mouth of the Red Sea. Doesn't make China's military look too strong if they don't do anything about attacks on shipping lanes in the Red Sea, especially when it's a U.S. ship that comes to the rescue of a Chinese ship. But this is the other trouble. China's economy is struggling. Instability in the Red Sea does not help. China relies heavily on the Red Sea and the...
There it is. So you think Ukraine should just give up, right? Give over the Donbass, give over Crimea, right? Because you're a fucking defeatist. You're carrying hundreds of gallons of water for a fucking illegal invasion, dude. A real straight up, old school, line your army up and march to the fucking capital. You know? I ain't what you want me to be. Sorry. Break it down, man. Tell us Russia deserves Crimea. Break it down. Let us know. Let me know. Let's hear it. Ukraine shouldn't fight. Ukraine should give up Crimea, right? They should just accept defeat, right? Woke Patriot's like, oh my God, I can't believe you are putting so many words in this guy's mouth. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll let him speak. Woke Patriot thinks he's cooking. I'll let him cook. All right. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm misreading something.
Suez Canal for trade with major partners such as the EU. But the biggest issue with Houthi attacks in the Red Sea is that they disrupt China's string of pearls. The so-called string of pearls strategy describes a series of Chinese Belt and Road Initiative projects in the Indian Ocean basin, along with shipping routes through those projects. Strangely enough, these Chinese investments form a circle around India, one of China's key economic competitors on the world stage, for no reason at all, I'm sure. And now,
is it really nuanced to negotiate Crimea's sovereignty? You know, it was promised to Ukraine. It was Ukrainian for decades, but now they got to give it up. That kind of appeasement, I don't know, historically. I don't know. I guess historically that's kind of worked. It's about, what, 50-50? That kind of appeasement. It is nuanced to consider the various options on these issues. Yeah. Give up. That's a good lesson for Putin. I get it. If nothing changes. No, I mean, Woke Patriot, if nothing changes with Mike Johnson and Ukrainian aid, then yeah, certain realities are going to have to be accepted, right? And deals are going to have to be made. Are we okay with that? I'm not okay with that. That, to me, that's defeat. That's because Putin's strategy is one of attrition. Putin's strategy is one of of manufacturing dominance and brutality, of course, sending these meat waves. Always another poor peasant Russian who, wants to send his mom some money. Well, you're trying to redefine surrender, though. You're trying to say, well, giving up Crimea or giving up the Donbass wouldn't be surrender. It would just be a peace negotiation, right? That we should reconsider our definition of victory, right? And if Ukraine has to give up Crimea, but it creates peace, well, that's not a defeat. That's a victory. But Chem Goblin makes a good point, doesn't he? I think Ukraine should set its terms. I think I've been clear about that. They have. They've been quite clear from day one. No Russia, no Donbass. These are not independent regions. These are not independent regions in the Donbass. And Crimea is Ukrainian. Well, like, how about this? What is your stance on the Sudanese war? Why are we talking about this? What? What about Ethiopia? We're whatabouting? We're whatabouting Russia's invasion? Really? Who are we to? What are you trying to even say? Look at this pathetic gaslight attempt from Crawl in the Wall over here. Yeah, other wars and other conflicts are bad too. What an incredibly stupid comment. Crawl in the Wall. Go ahead and leave. Go ahead and leave. It's pretty fucking embarrassing. Don't make me ban you. Don't go ahead and admit that, you're the shill that you are. Just go ahead and leave now. That's pretty embarrassing. Student dead over here. You say that every time. What about the London War, huh? I want to hear explanations about that. Oh yeah, what about World War I, buddy? Think about that one? Got him. Other conflicts are complicated and bad too, All right, let's finish this clip.
China's just left clutching their pearls as their plan crumbles around them. Both Sri Lanka and Pakistan have gone bankrupt. China's debt-trap diplomacy definitely played a part. That's led the whole African side of the string of pearls to be a little nervous about China's hidden intentions in Africa. Even some Iranians are not happy with China's growing clout in their country. And now with the Houthis destabilizing the Red Sea, the whole thing is falling apart.
No, woke patriot. No, you shouldn't have to feel the need to defend yourself. But I'm just, I see what you're saying. If the current situation doesn't change, or if it only gets moderately better, right? Like the United States finally squirts out some aid, but then it takes. It's like, yeah, I mean, there likely does need to be some realities that need to be accepted here about Crimea, right? I think Donbass is, egregious, but personally, I would consider that a defeat. So if we're asking the chat questions, let's ask the chat this question: do we think Ukraine losing Crimea to Russia to create a ceasefire, a peace, however long it is, are we okay with that? Or would we consider, no, the real question is, would we consider that a defeat if Russia gets to keep Crimea after all of this is said and done? Is that a defeat to you? Because to me, that's a defeat.
That's why China is quietly lobbying Iran to rein in the Houthis, threatening that business with the Islamic Republic could be harmed if the Houthi attacks continue to intensify. Apparently, the Biden administration in January even urged Beijing to use its leverage to press Iran to halt the Houthi attacks. The problem is China is trying to play all sides in the Middle East. That's not a functional strategy. The entire situation is a Jenga tower just waiting to topple, and the Houthis are pulling out pieces left and right.
Yeah,
maybe the CCP stopped supporting terrorist regimes that violate human rights. Their string of pearls would actually be worth a dime. Oh wait, that would first require China to not be a human rights violating and terror supporting regime itself. Whew. And this show would not be possible without what I call the China Uncensored 50-cent army, our supporters on Patreon.
All right. So then he talks about he needs donations, right? Which tells me he doesn't have a, he doesn't have a daddy. He's, you don't. Well, I mean, I guess the grifters do this too, though. The grifters pretend like they don't have money. All right. I don't know. I want to know more about this Chris Chappell guy. Was he Me Too'd? I bet he was Me Too'd. Let's cancel him. Yeah, let's get him. How come no one's answering the question in the chat, huh, Kim Goblin? We got crickets in the chat all of a sudden, man. Pretty simple question. If Russia walks away with Crimea, is that considered a defeat? Was pondering. Welcome back, hot dog. I consider it a defeat. You know, I get it though. There's a lot of pro-Russian people there. I don't think those people should be, you know, apartheid of some sort, like special laws for them. Why you gotta be so intentionally obtuse all the time? When it's useful for you, in the debate. Why do you gotta be intentionally obtuse when it's useful for you, huh? You're not consistent in your obtuseness, woke patriot. Though defeat and victory is not really the way I think about it. I feel like there's no real victory for Ukraine. All the dead people are not coming back. Well, that's a pretty nihilistic point of view, man. We're human beings. We fight and we die for the things we believe in. That's how it's always been. You know, and it sucks that people die. We try to create a world where that's no longer necessary. But in the meantime, the best we can do is honor those that are willing to make that sacrifice for a better world. We can't allow the bad actors and our enemies to think that we're somehow, you know, willing to not defend ourselves. To we're not willing to go there. We're not willing to push back with violent intent if we need to. Crawl on the wall. You're definitely a bad actor. You're tiptoeing and dancing. You're doing a little boogaloo right in front of us right now, buddy. You're definitely a bad actor. You asking if Russia gets the Donbas Crimea, is that a defeat for Ukraine? Yes, especially Donbas. But I'm not even asking about Donbas. I 110% consider that a defeat for Ukraine if Russia were to take Donbas and the and Crimea in a peace deal, which would really just be a surrender. You know, here are the surrender terms. Well, the thing that makes Crimea different is the pro-Russian element to Crimea, which makes it more complicated. You know, because that's usually the canard that's brought up next is, well, you know, there was an election that was done by Russia when Russia occupied it. See, crawl on the wall. You're such a bad. You think you're clever, man. You think you're smart. You don't know what the fuck. You know, who do you think you're talking to? You think you're talking to a fucking chump. You think you're fucking clever. It's cute. We get no answers, man. We get no answers. Bunch of Chamberlains in this motherfucker. All right, moving on. Let's get an update on talking about authoritarianism. El Salvador is being praised by right-wingers across the world as, see, this is how you get it done. You got a gang problem? Take away people's rights forever. Yeah, exactly, Lenny. Chud alert. I got to get a special sound effect for when you do that, dude. I got to get that one in. Woo! But anyway, so, you know, here's a follow-up to the, you know, like, and I, you know, we've had a couple spirited debates about, you know, hey, you know, sometimes liberals, people on the left, they're too lenient, you know, to these gang elements. And it's like, you can't reform the economic situation to make the gang element less of a viable option without first getting rid of the gangs. You know what I mean? It's like you can't do one or the other, you know. So maybe there is room for this kind of, you know, if the situation has gotten completely out of control, like it was in El Salvador with the gang situation, maybe, you know, emergency situation, you know, emergency, you know, military action should be considered by left-wingers instead of this, you know, let's try to fix the economic situation when it's like, well, the gang activity is making it incredibly difficult to do that. Yeah, crawl on the wall. Shut the hell up. When the situation was as bad as it was in El Salvador, I might get on board. I mean, hot dog. I mean, you know, if you've watched any documentary from the past 10, 20 years about El Salvador, it is a nightmare factory. And it was, you know, these gangs were just running amok. No, that's not what I'm saying, woke patriot. That's definitely not what I'm saying. But I am saying that, you know, we have situations in America where, you know, neoliberals are implementing, you know, policies that they're supposedly supposed to be progressive, but they're not following through. They're not implementing them correctly. They're not funding them correctly. And the result is, you know, making these policies look really, really bad. They themselves are corrupt, allowing situations to get completely out of hand. And then what do? You're making authoritarian right-wingers look like really smart, common sense policymakers when they use the magic trick of violence and, you know, stripping societies of their rights. Well, Patriot, you do acknowledge that the gang situation in El Salvador was completely out of control before the crackdown, correct? You do acknowledge that I believe that there were left-wing governments that tried to solve the issue and failed to do so. Are we really supposed to just ignore all of this and just say, well, it's a fluke? Strange through recently in a way that gangs aren't kind of anarchist resistance to state. Yeah, okay. No. Wow, bro. Are you 15? Oh, that's cute. That's the kind of shit Antifa members say to chicks to get laid. All right, let's watch this clip here.
Police in San Salvador enforcing a state of emergency. A policy that grants security forces unprecedented authority and resources to fight criminal gangs. The crackdown is the cornerstone of the country's security strategy.
This phenomenon is born of one deported gang member, which in 30 years becomes 75,000 gang members. It's because of this responsibility that the state of exception under the leadership of President Nayib Bukele will end only until every member of this terrorist organization is captured.
And see, and this is the problem. This is exactly what I've been talking about from the very beginning. You know, it's never going to end. Right-wingers, authoritarians, they never give back power. So, you know, how should the left wing, how would the left wing do this in a way that could respect rights, that would have, you know, hard restrictions, deadlines, timelines? Okay, the gang activity is down X amount. We no longer, you know, the exceptions. The crackdown will be, you know, tiered. It's, you know, multi-tiered. You know, it's ratcheted down when the crime goes down. Is that even possible? Is the only way, you know, this really slow, and is the only humane way is to let criminals, you know, victimize the country for decades and you know, while implementing technocratic changes here and there, hope, you know, trying to make people's lives better. Meanwhile, the gangs are still running rampant. You know, I'm just trying to think, like, how could the left, you know, be as effective, but at the same time respecting human rights, like I said, respecting checks and balances. You know, is that even possible? Are we as human beings even possible of such a fantasy? You know, is the right the only entity capable of this kind of, going? I mean, these gangs were legitimate. They were an absolute menace, and they were the civilian population was absolutely getting victimized by these people in horrific ways.
Though controversial, the state of emergency is seen as a...
But a lot of these people are just caught up in it. Maybe they got a tattoo, maybe because, or for peer pressure and stuff, but they didn't kill nobody. And, there's no checks and balances on this. They're just guppies caught up in the fish net. It's okay. Well, too bad. We got to catch a few guppies to get the salmon. We got to catch a few, small fish to get the big fish. And that's just, you're just a victim of that, right? And people are okay saying that because it's not their family members getting victimized. I mean, the last time I talked about this, there was a story of a father whose incredibly young, like teenage daughter who, was kind of like, maybe talked to or was hanging out with, one of these scumbags. She gets caught up in the dragnet, and now she's, disappeared. He doesn't even know where the hell she's at. She's gone. And there's no process. There's no due process to get her out of there to prove her innocence. And there's, of course, no motivation to get any better. Oh, because it's a big success. Pat me on the back. Everyone loves me. See, it's a big success. Obviously, the way to go is authoritarianism. And, it's like, I feel like the left doesn't have a response to this outside of, like, what, Bolshevism, fucking Stalinism. That's not cool. That's just another fucking style of authoritarianism. That just, So I don't know. I feel like the left doesn't have a very good response for this, and we're kind of getting our ass kicked in the Bay Area right now. We got liberal, so-called progressive Oakland mayor getting recalled. Because these half-assed, terribly implemented pseudo-progressive policies are falling flat at actually solving the issue. And we got right-wingers that are like, oh, I know exactly what to do. You see what happened in El Salvador? It worked immediately. Crime went down immediately. Immediate results. I guarantee I'll get immediate results. I guarantee it. I'll put out a big dragnet and get a bunch of innocent people caught up in this shit. But that's okay. Crime will technically go down.
Success and popular with many Salvadorans. Today, El Salvador has the lowest homicide rate in the Western Hemisphere.
So, so doing homework, the kind of left-wing policies I'm talking about are really important, really smart policies if they're implemented correctly. Treating drug addiction like a health issue instead of a crime. Treating petty crime and theft. Understanding that that's more of an economic issue than that person, who's just like, the reality is people don't want to break into people's homes and break into people's cars to make ends meet. Like if there was an opportunity for them to make that money, to make that ends meet, to have some assistance, then they wouldn't want to, victimize the neighborhood. So, these really smart progressive things, but they're half-assed implemented. So you've decriminalized it. You've decriminalized some of this stuff, but there's no support structure. So the recidivism rate is off the charts. You got people going out, bipping cars, getting busted out in the street. Couple hours later, bipping more cars, breaking into cars, just to get by. And there's no support structure for them. There's nothing there. They got step one of a 20-step program. That's all they've done. It's a neoliberal failure. That shit's happening all over the Bay Area. If you live in California, trust me, you've seen it. And it's like these are smart, progressive policies, but they're not being implemented very well because the neoliberals are failures and charlatans.
A fact that helped Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele win a landslide re-election victory. The price of peace, critics say, has been thousands of arbitrary arrests, indefinite detentions, and torture. Even residents of neighborhoods that have been pacified, like Isabel Gonzalez, say that while she no longer worries over gangs, there's now a different kind of concern.
They've captured gang members, but not only gang members. They've taken away innocent people too, and I don't agree with that. But even the Word of God says, the righteous will pay for the sinners.
Experts have warned that the ongoing state of emergency is not sustainable and that it's transforming the country into a police state.
Security officials here in El Salvador tell us that while the gang presence in neighborhoods like this one has all but been eliminated, regular patrols, which include searching people's homes and searching people themselves, will continue to be a vital element in the broader security strategy.
No. They're never giving it back.
Though only promised as a short-term emergency measure, in El Salvador, the exception certainly appears to have become the rule.
Yeah.
Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, San Salvador.
I mean, can anyone give me any example of a similar situation where the big bad strong man, or not the big bad, but the supposedly tough strong man authoritarian cult of personality just gave back power? I mean, it's pretty easy to find examples of of this happening in a pretty clear, repeatable pattern. Strategy over here, our well-read member Crassius. I'm not sure what that means. You mean happened a goddamn long time ago? Yeah. We got to get biblical to find an example, is what you're saying? I was watching the Tanky stream. Apparently, North Korean example. Yeah. Real hive of freedom over there. Real sanctuary of liberty and democracy over there in North Korea. Before Caesar? Copenhagen, Christiana, in kind of way, they gave land to alternate living people. I'm talking about a government giving back power. In this manner. The power to commit violence against people, what do they call it? It'll come to me. Crassius. Okay. Gotta go way back. We're gonna Bill and Ted it over here to fucking Socrates. Find an example. All right, so moving on from that horror show in El Salvador, get a little update here from Nigeria, currently grappling with an epidemic of mass abductions. Yada, yada, yada. I've talked about it a million times. Every time I talk about, third world countries, African countries, countries like Haiti. Not only does the West deserve criticism and and lots of visibility on how they're exploiting these countries, so too do the incredibly corrupt government officials that consistently fail to do their job decade after decade after decade. Some of these family dynasties that have control in regions like Nigeria and things like that. Niger, another great example. All the coup belt countries in Africa. I don't know what we're going to do about that. I really don't know what we're going to do. There's a culture of corruption there that goes back centuries. So I'm not quite sure what to do about that. No, it doesn't have anything to do with their fucking race, assholes who are even thinking of that. Hopefully no one in the chat was thinking that. But just wanted to get in front of that. It has nothing to do with the fact that they were born closer to the equator like a couple hundred years ago, okay, or whatever. Come on. Can we get our shit together? God, can we ever get past race, as a society? It's such a distraction. It's such a great tool to divide and conquer us. Race. Says the white guy, right? Says the white guy. Can't we just get over it? What I want to do is I want to start handing out reparations immediately. That includes to the Irish as well. Anybody who's been victimized by an empire. Irish reparations right now. Unification and reparations right now. I want the reparations to come right out of the British monarchy's fucking paycheck. How about that? Irish unification and reparations directly from the crown. England's fucked. It doesn't have to be a lot. It could just be a pint. Fucking scone. Sends everybody a scone and a pint. I'm Latino. I would have been pissed at something like that. At reparations? Or what are we? You're talking about something in the chat here I'm not paying attention to. No reparations for India. Absolutely reparations for India. First, okay, the first reparation that needs to be given to India are the goddamn jewels in the crown. Take that shit out of the crown and give it back. You parading around with colonial fucking spoils like I'm supposed to take you seriously. Get that shit out of your fucking crown immediately, you fucking assholes. Holy shit. That's the first reparation that needs to go to India.
Nigeria.
God. Parade around. Oh, look what we stole 100 years ago. Look at this. Isn't it cool? Isn't it big? Wow. Yeah, we fucking stole that shit. It'd be like Putin. It'd be like Putin wearing the Super Bowl ring as a necklace. Like, you know, what he just wears that shit around.
Is grappling with an epidemic of mass abductions. They began when the Islamist Boko Haram group kidnapped nearly 300 girls a decade ago. Since then, others have followed the same
I see, Lizzie. Yeah, exactly.
path, targeting schools, villages, and travelers.
Exactly.
This year alone, Nigeria has recorded 68 mass abductions.
Yes, Arctic Mule. Yes. No, look, if everyone pays reparations for everybody, it'll just be a bunch of money cycling around. Okay? Yes. Arctic. Yes. Let's take this all the way back to the dawn of man. Reparations. Who cares? Let's take the money from the rich and give it to everybody. We don't have to pay reparations. We can take the Jeff Bezos can pay reparations. He's got the money. What do you care? It's not your money. Who cares? Make Elon Musk pay for this shit. We are the rich, bro. Yeah. Scrooge McDuck over here. I'm jumping in my vault every day. We are the rich. Please don't start libertarian defending the fucking rich in my chat. You will be shown the door, dude. I think they got enough. I think they got enough. No, they need more. They need more. I think they're good. Some random guy in Poltergeist, pin it all on him. Just give him all the money. He just gets checks every day from all over the world. The money just ends to him. No, it'd be some like descendant of Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan, however you're supposed to say it. all the descendants of the kids, he just starts getting paychecks. Hell yeah, I don't care. Yeah, that's fine. Like, no, I mean, in all seriousness though, like, sure. Yeah. Money. Greeny, leafy, spendy money. Yeah. Why not? I can think of worse reasons to give people money. Oh, well, white people won't get any money. So give them some money. You know? Just because it's, hey, reparations. Yeah, we're going to give black people, this is money for reparations for black people, but white people get some money too, just because it's fair and it's, just so everyone can be happy. Guys, it's first of all, if we're talking about the government, it's your money, right? You put the money into it. And if we're talking about paying this reparations from rich people, it's not your fucking money. Everyone gets money. Everyone gets a paycheck, dude. Look, George Bush did it. Donald Trump did it. Reparations for everybody. Reparations for these nuts.
Nigeria is grappling with an epidemic of mass abductions. They began when the Islamist Boko Haram group kidnapped nearly 300 girls a decade ago. Since then, others have followed the same path, targeting schools.
Hot dog, I hope you're being facetious.
Villages and travelers. This year alone, Nigeria has recorded 68 mass abductions.
Another set of school children rescued from kidnappers. For some parents, there is relief.
We're feeling very bad, very, very bad, because we cannot expect a small child, 7 years, 9 years, 10 years, in the hands of bandits.
Oh, it's terrible.
How, no food.
Imagine it.
No drinking water. So how do you, in fact, you have to feel very, you just have to, how will you feel if it's your child?
In one of the country's worst mass abductions, gunmen attacked 2 schools in Kuriga in Nigeria's northwestern Kaduna state. They kidnapped hundreds of students and some staff members. Some managed to escape.
After our abduction and on our way into the bush, I saw a hidden pathway and I hid myself. I stayed there and fell asleep because I was tired. After more than an hour, I woke up and looked around and saw I was alone. So I started walking and found myself in a small village. I slept there until this morning.
It's just terrible.
Villagers say they've been living in fear for years.
My children were also abducted. We don't know what they're going through. We plead with the government to help us. We don't have any security in this community, no police outpost, no military presence, and no local vigilante. We're responsible for our own security, so they will invade and do whatever they feel like doing. Since the beginning of this problem of banditry, we've been having sleepless nights. We can't go to nearby markets and we can't go to our farm that's far from the village, or even the farms that are close by. It's very difficult to get food to eat, to say nothing of selling it. This year is the worst so far, and we are afraid. We don't know what to do.
Jesus.
Mass kidnappings started 10 years ago when the terrorist group Boko Haram launched its campaign against Western education. But experts say these days criminal gangs are abducting people to get ransom money.
Nigeria's security architecture is not responsive enough to stop the menace from going out.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with their fucking religious. It's the usual excuses.
Of control. It just seems that every young person who doesn't see a future in Nigeria, given the dire economic straits, it turns to kidnap for ransom as a means of livelihood.
Despite being illegal in Nigeria, huge ransoms are often paid. The government denies that it gave in to the kidnappers' demands for money to secure the release of the Kuriga students. It is celebrating their return as a successful security operation. But with mounting insecurity and little help from the government, families will continue to face the threat of kidnappings.
Now let's dig a bit deeper into this with Dr. Fatima Akilo. She's the executive director of the Neem Foundation. That's a Nigerian.
Out of respect, I want to hear a little bit of what this woman has to say. I don't know if I have time for the complete 5-6 minute interview here, but out of respect, let's hear what she has to say.
And crisis response organization that supports communities affected by conflict and violence of this kind. And she joins us from London today. Dr. Akilo, thanks for joining us. And of course, there's great news about the release. But we just heard security experts and villagers saying the situation is getting worse and worse. Do you agree? And why is it?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Yes, we're really pleased that this particular set of kidnapped students have been released, and also they're released quite quickly. But overall, the issue of kidnapping is getting worse across a lot of the northern states. There are multiple reasons. In northern Nigeria now, we have so many groups that are operating. It's a very, very murky, complex situation. We have elements of Boko Haram, Islamic State, West Africa Province. We have different groupings of bandits and.
Boy, it's really, you know, fucking religion, man. You know, it complicates an already complicated situation, you know? surviving.
Also criminal elements who have decided that one of the ways to raise money quickly.
Deprivation? What do you mean by deprivation? Bad actor in the wall.
Is to kidnap for ransom. What we're witnessing is many communities that are currently in danger, many thousands now of students who have been kidnapped. And while these ones have been released, there are others that are still in captivity as we speak.
Now, we heard the villagers in our report complaining about that there's hardly any security in these villages, probably because they're quite remote. But is the government really doing enough to protect these people?
Okay, great question.
Well, I think that there are so many ungoverned spaces still. There are so many communities that have very poor or inadequate security. There was an initiative called Safe Schools that was launched 10 years ago, which was really designed.
And hey, big props to you lurkers, all the fans of the News Underground, everybody in the chat, except for the assholes. But there's not too many of those in the chat. But no, big props to you. Thank you for watching the News Underground. Thank you. I appreciate that view. I've said it before. I'll say it again. That view is the most important thing you can give me. So thank you again.
To protect and provide security to schools. We have thousands and thousands of schools, literally. And I think the government is probably overwhelmed and unable at this particular moment to provide security for every school that needs it.
Now, can any grassroots efforts, communities, etc., help to tackle this problem?
Yes, and a lot of community efforts have reaping rewards.
Yeah, they have to.
They're
abandoned by their government.
Communities where
they're always abandoned by their government.
They work with security sector. We have early warning mechanisms where they inform security sector when they see signs of insecurity. But I think you're right that the government will not be able to do this by itself, and we have to mobilize in a big way, in a way that we haven't done before. Patriot. And we have to work together. Both government,
like
civil society, and communities come together and say enough is enough. It's actually 10 years this year since the abduction of the schoolgirls in Chibok, and in that time, terrible. I can only say that the situation has got a thousand times worse.
I remember when the reports came out about Boko Haram, and it was just horrific. I mean, just school to school. I mean, just scooping up all the kids. Just a total nightmare.
Now, apparently, in the beginning, those were politically or religiously motivated. Now, there's criminal gangs that are cashing in. What is driving this?
Yeah, what's driving it?
There are a number of reasons. Some of it is to do with endemic poverty, unemployment in the region.
Corruption.
Also, maybe a failure of security on some level, where a lot of bandits have been allowed to roam for years.
Yes.
We also have groups of herders who...
Hey, Lenny, that's great news. Got it. Trying to prepare for my show. Yeah, absolutely. Folks, when Lenny goes live, you hop your ass on over there. Fuck this shit. This is crap. Garbage Fuel is recommending you jump your ass over to Lenny's stream once he hits live. Thank you, Lenny. Have a good one, man.
Whose livelihoods has been taken away from them by decades of cattle rustling, and they have now formed into groups of bandits, and they're roaming around in northern Nigeria, and they're responsible for quite a number of the kidnappings that we're witnessing.
The executive director.
Am I losing my mind, or did she not mention corruption? What's the deal? See, well, like, why do these governments get a pass? It's just assumed that they just abandon their people. What's the deal, dog?
What is driving this?
Hold on, let me speed this up.
There are a number of reasons. Some of it is to do with endemic poverty, unemployment in the region. Also, maybe a failure of security on some level, where a lot of bandits have been allowed to roam for years. We also have groups of herders who...
Why the kid gloves?
whose livelihoods has been taken away from them by decades of cattle rustling. And they have now formed into groups of bandits, and they're roaming around in northern Nigeria.
Wow, that's fascinating. That these roaming gangs of cattle rustlers, they rustled up all the cattle, and they no longer had a profession, and now they turned into real gangs.
And they're responsible for quite a number of the kidnappings that we're witnessing.
Interesting.
Executive Director of the Neem Foundation.
Wow, cattle rustlers. No shit. But yeah, wow, not a single mention of the government there. I mean, she mentions this maybe a security issue. That's as close to government criticism as she got there. I don't know. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here, man. It's like, look, I mean, we can't deny, like, and I've talked about this before. The United States is happy to do business with you. If you're a despot, if you're a fascist, if you're an authoritarian, they're happy to do business with you if you have stability and you're selling them, you know, precious metals, whatever the hell, whatever resource you have to sell them for pennies on the dollar. Right? Maybe you got some oil and you're letting an oil company, a U.S. oil company in there like Venezuela. Millions of examples. So there's no incentive. There's no incentive to get better. All there is an incentive is to hold it down. And then you can get a bunch of barefoot children into your diamond mines. And, you know, Apple Computer will be happy to do business with you. That's the crime of the West when it comes to the exploitation of these regions. But in fairness, it's not the complete story. The decades and decades and decades of corruption from some of these legacy governments, that it's just assumed, oh, yeah, the government abandoned its people. Oh, yeah, the government never built a dam here. The government never built a bridge. Oh, they'll never, you know, there's no running water. There's no sewage. There's nothing. And it's like, yeah, that's just cost of doing business. What can I tell you? All right, so this is fascinating. Moving on to our next segment here, the Japanese economy segment. I've been very excited to talk to you about this. I know it's Bloomberg. Sorry about that. But there's actually some big changes happening in the Japanese economy, and it's absolutely it's definitely gonna affect Japanese people. But I would be surprised if it doesn't affect the global economy as a whole as well, because it really is a fundamental change to the strategy, to the Japanese economic strategy. So it will definitely touch us for sure. But yeah, this is fascinating. You know, it gives us a little history lesson on what's been happening in Japan for the last decade or so with their economy, and, you know, what the future might look like. So I thought this was essential information, and I thought, you know, the stream is really going to like this. But with that said, it is Bloomberg. I didn't really see much bias. I couldn't really fish that out. Maybe in the second viewing, I'll be able, with a closer viewing here, I'll be able to fish something out. But seemed pretty legit to me, but I'm also not an expert at economics, so something could have squeaked through. Grain of salt, it's Bloomberg. He's a total oligarch. He's a piece of shit, you know, caveat, grain of salt. Let's watch it.
Imagine a place where everything money related is frozen in time for almost 3 decades. Your salary doesn't budge, the price of your unagi bowl doesn't change, and the interest rate on your home mortgage is closer to 0.
Well, that was the reality here in Japan. We were used to the price of everything staying pretty much the same.
But it wasn't always like this. Since the end of World War II, Japan has been ground zero for some of the biggest experiments in economics. Older Japanese like Tomiko, a pensioner, and Suetaka, who runs a real estate agency, have experienced a roller coaster of changes throughout their lives. Now, Japan's central bank has decided it's time to end its latest experiment and exit negative interest rates. For the first time since 2007, the Bank of Japan, or the BOJ, raised rates.
YCC gone. The end of negative rates as well.
So how did Japan decide to manage its economy so differently from the rest of the world?
I mean, negative rates, like what? How does that even work? How do you go below 0? They figured out a way, man.
And how is this massive shift going to disrupt day-to-day lives across the country?
Japanese growth hasn't always been this stagnant. At one point, the economy was growing so fast that it looked like it was about to overtake the U.S. as the world's biggest. Taro Kimura covers the Japanese economy for Bloomberg Economics. Before, he used to work at the BOJ, so here he is with a mini history lesson.
After the post-war devastation, Japan achieved something called economic miracle from the 1960s to early 1970s. That growth was led by a huge domestic demand because the middle-class households were expanding. In the late 1980s, Japan's economy actually accounted for about 10% of world's total economy.
Hey, Crawl, we get it, man. Okay, we get it. We get it. Degrowth. Yeah. Late stage capitalism. Yep. Do you vote, Crawl? Do you participate in the elections of whatever country you live in? You participate? Or are you just talking shit?
Yeah, Japanese
people are really nostalgic for this era. Everyone was like making shitloads of money. Wash their feet with beer.
At the time, many were flush with cash, and reckless spending was the norm. By the end of the 1980s, the stock market was on the up and up, hitting record highs.
Yeah.
What was crazier was the real estate
mentality
price.
Of
For example,
growth
the land price of Tokyo's Imperial Palace was said to be equivalent to the price of the state of California.
Then the bust came. In the first of its shock moves, the BOJ sharply raised interest rates in 1989, trying to curb speculation and rein in inflation. The government also introduced measures to cool the property sector.
Nikkei stock price index fell to half of its peak value, and real estate prices also plunged. That led to a long-term downturn.
Yeah, capitalism is a monster. It's a beast that needs to be chained if it's going to be useful for society.
Authorities had tried to pump the brakes, but instead they sent the economy to a screeching halt.
People in Japan didn't experience wage growth and inflation for about 3 decades.
Sorry.
That means one generation for people. I myself, growing up in Japan, learned the concept of inflation from macroeconomic textbook.
Hey, yeah, woke patriot. Why is the only solution has to be like a pure socialist one? Why the purity? Why is the only solution the complete eradication of everything we've known and loved about society? All the stuff we hate and all the stuff we love. You know, capitalism's there. We're just going to take that away from everybody? Why do we need socialist purity? Well, you're talking about like the only solution, right, is we can't placate capitalism. The only solution is to destroy it, eradicate it. Late stage capitalism, it's all falling apart. And I don't agree with this idea of good capitalism or whatever. Capitalism is inherently exploitative, very nature. But I don't understand this idea of completely removing capitalism, completely destroying capitalism. Not until we invent the fucking replicator from Star Trek. You know, until want and need is completely eradicated. Are you working on that? I am not working on that. The goddamn replicator from Star Trek. I am currently not working on that one. So, because you always bring this up. You always say that shit. Oh, why should we preserve capitalism? Oh, why not? Why not? What do you mean, why not? Because I like going to a vending machine and getting, picking out a root beer flavored ice cream. Well, the government can give you a root beer flavored ice cream. I don't want the government flavored root beer ice cream. Maybe you do. It has bugs in it. I don't know. It's just like, feel like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater with this kill capitalism narrative, you know? Just like with nuclear power, right? It was all about eliminating nuclear power. Like, well, no, not yet.
Living in the world in no inflation make people attach a certain product with a certain price.
物も上がってないけど給料も上がってないがねというのは気づいてよその国と比較したときにこんなにも取り残されてしまったということですよね。
A small amount of inflation can help drive economic growth by keeping money moving around. Most economies target relatively mild inflation of about 2%. But as
co-ops work really great on small to medium scale, but I haven't seen any concrete evidence that co-ops are really that effective on a grand scale. But I mean, I guess I would be okay with regulations that say companies can't exist at a grand scale, that there has to be limits and stuff like that. But then I'm kind of uncomfortable with like who's setting those rules and how is that governed, and you know what industries are picked that could be capped and what industries are allowed to go higher. That seems too centrally planned, you know. When you know I don't centrally planned economies, they don't work out. They don't work out. That's like, you know, that's like trying to, you know, make a river go one direction or the other, you know?
As you can see from the yellow, Japan's inflation stayed below that for a long time. As things got worse, the Bank of Japan followed the typical playbook for central banks, lowering interest rates. You can see the Fed, for example, slashed rates to cope with the fallout from the 2008 financial crisis.
I'll get that queued up for a
but
later
the BOJ,
episode.
for more than 20 years, kept at it with its almost flat line. But it didn't help lift the country out of deflation. In 2013, the BOJ decided to do something drastic again. It introduced the quantitative and qualitative easing policy, an unconventional move where they basically print a lot of cash and pump it into the market by aggressively buying Japanese government bonds.
That worked out great in 2008,
It was successful at first, but Japan faced deflation again a couple years later, so the BOJ went back to its box of tricks.
Just blame poor people
in
for inflation.
2016, it adopted negative rates, a move that divided economists. The main goal was to deter saving and also punish banks that hoarded cash. But that didn't really work either. In response, the BOJ invented something called yield curve control.
Yield curve control is an attempt that the BOJ controls not only short-term but also the long-term rates, so that the businesses and households don't have to worry about too much fluctuation in interest rates.
It could keep interest rates low by threatening to buy bonds without always having to actually buy them. That still didn't solve everything. Companies couldn't find enough profitable ways to invest their.
I love co-ops. I've worked for co-ops. I've just seen no concrete evidence that co-ops can work at a large scale. You know, there's that bread company in California that's the largest co-op. That's the biggest one. They're a great company. They treat their employees right. You know, there's real ownership there. But hey, I'm all for it. I just want to see. Let's see it happen. And if I was in charge, you know, I would be voting for and agreeing with changes to the economy to make forming co-ops easier. You know, like, you know, to allow the ability for private corporations, you know, to turn into co-ops. If the CEO wants to do that, I've heard of that before, where the CEO allows the employees to basically buy the company, turning it into a co-op. So making that process easier, removing regulations and restrictions on that. I love co-ops. I'm just not convinced that, you know, a co-op is the right solution for every single, you know, corporate good and service. But I do think it needs to be opened up and freed, and like I said, deregulated, so that co-ops can exist and are easier to form and have an easier time existing, because they should be encouraged.
Their money in Japan. Many ended up looking abroad for better returns, so much so that Japan became the biggest foreign holder of U.S. Treasury debt, overtaking China. Suddenly, in 2022, all of that changed. Japan finally hit its 2% inflation target. The problem was what prompted it. First, it was higher energy costs due to the Ukraine war. And second, a weaker yen.
The Bank of Japan continued easy monetary policy to stimulate the economy and even inflation. However, the other major central banks hiked rates in order to fight inflation.
Eventually, it was external forces that pushed Japan toward ending its experiments. In other words, it was not the sort of inflation that Japan wanted because it wasn't coming from consumers spending more.
ROB.
Wages stayed low, even as inflation hit 4.3% in January 2023, which was the fastest in decades. But it still caused the yen to weaken, boosting profits at companies like Sony and Toyota, which sell products abroad. That finally brought about some signs of change.
The business leaders who used to be reluctant to raise compensations in the fear of having a lot of fixed costs now started to become open to raise wages.
The main labor unions secured the biggest wage increases in 30 years. So finally, on March 19, 2024, the BOJ took a big step.
The Bank of Japan has ended negative interest rates 17 years since the last hike.
They're scrapping the yield curve control, and they're also going to essentially pare back their purchase of ETFs.
Raising the interest rate from negative 0.1% to a range of 0 to 0.1% doesn't seem like much, but it does put Japan back in line with other economies.
Put that
We
in the
asked
Discord.
at the top that if Japan's negative rates experiment ends, what now? Well, here are some of the changes we can expect to see. First, mortgages will get more expensive for the first time in decades, and interest payments on the government's more than $8 trillion of debt, which is about twice the size of the country's economy, will increase. The same thing will happen to companies. It could also propel the yen higher. That means your trips to Japan could get more expensive, and Japanese exports would take a hit too. On the flip side, it can also make investing in Japan more lucrative. Plus, cheaper fuel and food imports are good news for Japanese consumers.
買い物するときはまず 50% オフとか 30% オフとかまずそこの方に行ってそこで買ってそれ以外に他に必要なものは普通のお値段のところへ行って買う。
5年後ですか。豊かになってるでしょうね。10年後と言われるとわからないですけど。
Yeah, so there's some real doubt about the long-term viability. At least that's the angle that they're trying to trying to give us here. Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, there's just a lot of, they're experimenting, they're trying a lot of things. Negative interest rates for 16, 17 years. Wow. Very interesting stuff. Interesting that, they thought that they could get away with that by keeping the prices the same, paying everybody the same. And somehow that was going to work out. Hell, I guess it was worth a shot, I guess. It's great that I can choose from a variety of products. Not so great if I don't have the cash to make that choice. Indeed. Indeedy. Little bit of good news here, world news related. Thailand passes a marriage equality bill.
This is the moment Thailand's parliament approved a marriage equality bill on Wednesday. It is a landmark step that moves the country closer to becoming Asia's third territory to legalize same-sex unions. The legislation was passed by 400 of the 415 lawmakers present. The bill's passage marks a significant step towards cementing Thailand's position as one of Asia's most liberal countries on lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender issues, alongside its traditional conservative Buddhist values.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? Because Thailand has quite a reputation. So it's like, wow, they didn't have this already?
The country has long been a draw for same-sex couples. It has a vibrant and visible LGBT social scene for locals and expatriates. Thailand also has targeted campaigns to attract LGBT travelers. However, rights activists have long maintained its laws and institutions do not reflect social attitudes towards LGBT people and same-sex couples. LGBT activists said the passing of the bill was a positive step, but there were some unresolved issues. During Wednesday's debate, LGBT advocates who were on the parliamentary committee had pushed unsuccessfully for the terms father and mother to be changed to the gender-neutral parent in references to the family unit. The marriage equality bill still requires approval from the Senate and endorsement.
Yeah, woke patriot. I mean, that's the struggle, is that capitalism is inherently exploitative. So, you know, if we're going to, you know, that's why it needs to be in chains. If profit is going to be extracted, then the people who are selling their labor need to be participating equally as possible, you know, based off of fairness, you know, all these other factors, expertise, value, experience. Right? Everyone needs to share in that profit that's extracted from everybody. That's a big part of the problem, right?
From the king before it becomes law, and would take effect 120 days later.
I didn't say it was good. I didn't say it was good, but I don't think human beings are going to have a perfectly fair, and we're human beings. Okay? We smack and we rub. You know? I don't know, man. I don't foresee a truly human, flexible human system that's capable of avoiding all pain and exploitation. Obviously, the goal should be the reduction of that to the maximum amount. But the complete elimination? I don't know, man. I don't know about that. So this is totally tragic. Talking about Ecuador, I guess I should have had these two lined up. But Ecuador's youngest mayor shot dead in the car along with her, you know, her assistant there. Socialist, they can be. They can be incredibly exploitative. Even more so than capitalism in their extremist forms. You know? Yeah. But we got to balance it out. That's why I'm like, that's why I was jumping down the purity thing. But not inherently. Well, no, not inherently. No, I don't think so. Good intentions, you know, paving the way to hell and all that. You know what I mean? National socialism is pretty exploitative. Oh, yeah. What national socialism are you talking about, huh? Get the fuck out of here. All right, no. So no jokes. This is actually really tragic. She was of course murdered because she was trying to make you know, she was trying to make life better for people. That's why she had to get killed. It's always the case, right?
Ecuador's youngest mayor, Brigitte Garcia, has died. Garcia was elected mayor of San Vicente in 2023. I
agree with that.
One of her most recent projects was improving the water supply to the town.
Oh, we can't have that, right? Oh, she's got to go. Oh, my God. How are we supposed to exploit these people if they're not drinking disgusting water?
Ecuadorian police say 2 people were found shot to death inside a rented car on March 24th. Law enforcement identified them as Mayor Garcia and Jairo Lowell, the mayor's communication director. In later social media posts, the police said investigators believe the gunshots came from inside the vehicle. Wow. Ecuador has been rocked by political assassinations before.
Like the driver, or maybe the driver and the passenger were in on it. The passenger turns around in the driver's side passenger seat and wastes them both. Cold, man. That's cold fucking blooded.
In 2023, presidential candidate Fernando Villavicencio was killed by gunfire. No one has been arrested in the shooting of Mayor Garcia. Law enforcement says this is a developing case as they are working to determine a motive for the shootings. Brigitte Garcia was 27 years old.
That was just unbelievably tragic. Yeah, Princess, sure, crawl. Okay. Yeah, it's just like Princess Diana, you know, New World Order. Look, I know the story about Princess Diana. I have the proof, I have the facts, I know everything about Princess Di, but here's the thing. I can't show you. It's good. Look, I know it looks like I literally have no proof to what I'm saying, but I actually have seen the footage. I've seen it all. I have the testimony. I have all the proof. I have all the hard evidence. I just, I can't show you. New World Order. Frank, I miss you. Frank, I miss you. Timmy the Tadpole just is not doing it for me. He doesn't even know about the New World Order. Frankie the Frog, please come back to me. It will come for me. I'll show you. A little bit, so that was terribly tragic. Demonic little mustaches. So that was incredibly tragic, but I thought I would show this. This is very interesting. The Pakistan celebrate the Holi, the Festival of Colors. I learned that this is also an opportunity to sexually assault people, which is not very good. But let's just go ahead and ignore that and try to be fun and have positive vibes for 5 seconds, guys. Please. No. Yes. No. Please. No. Someone's putting chemicals in the water that makes the frickin' frogs gay. I just don't want to live in a world where the frogs are gay. Freddie, I forgot his name. That's even more hilarious. He loves Freddie the Frog so much he forgets his name.
तो हमारी यही शुभकामना है कि ईश्वर जो है सबकी दुनिया सबकी जिंदगी के अंदर जो है वो खूबसूरती के खुशी के अमन के सुकून के रंग भरे रखे ना सिर्फ हिंदू कम्युनिटी में बल्कि पाकिस्तान में रहने वाले तमाम लोगों के साथ.
Everyone's slapping themselves in the face. Is that wax? What the fuck? Oh no, shit, they're dropping money in there. They're doing some prayers. Yeah, no, I'd have fun. But look, I don't know, man. Some of the AJ unhinged rants are pure. New World Order. It's the only joke I have. What are you kidding me? Is that? Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful. This girl's like, I got fucking ink in my eye. Oh, it's beautiful. I think that's a really unique and beautiful celebration there in Pakistan. I think that's really cool. All right. See here, moving on to our Amnesty next. I know it's Amnesty International article, but I actually have a video here as well. Because this is outrageous, and if you've been, I know this is a couple days old, so sorry if this is old news to you. If you saw this in the headlines, we're like, oh my god, and then you kind of forgot about it. Understandable, but fucking the UN decided to put Saudi Arabia in charge of the Gender Equality Forum. That is not the right button. That is also not the right button. I'm in the wrong section. There we go. And if you're like, whoa, careful there, racist. If you're not sure what the hell I'm talking about, look up the history of women's rights in Saudi Arabia. It is beyond dismal. It's atrocious. It's atrocious. And why do we let him get away with it? Oh, well, I don't know. It rhymes with the word Boyle. Susan Boyle. Big Susan Boyle contracts. Maybe it's aspirational. Blessed up kid. Like Argentina having a Nazi supporter in there. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's aspirational. It is kind of funny because it like, what are they? I mean, I guess the obvious thing is that they would lower the standards of women's rights, but I guess it would. Does it force them? Maybe it's a strategic move. Does it force Saudi Arabia to make statements about women's rights that they have to, that somehow pressures them to make women's rights better in Saudi Arabia? All right, I'm not going to waste your time by reading this. Because I got a video queued up, so let's watch the DW coverage of this to get a rundown of this absurd. At least initially, it seems extremely absurd. But maybe there's, maybe this is one of those wonky things that we just don't quite understand as observers of this, and maybe this makes more sense from inside the institution. Not quite sure. So let's find out more.
Gender equality worldwide. The kingdom has been chosen as the next chair of the UN's top forum for women's rights, despite its own questionable record at home. The kingdom's ambassador to the UN, Abdulaziz Al-Wazir, will lead the commission on the status of women. Saudi Arabia's unopposed bid has...
It's absurd. It's like an onion. It's like an onion kind of skit here right now, dude. This is totally like an onion thing. Fucking North Korea in charge of the Democratic Initiative for, you know what I mean? It's absurd. It's totally absurd.
Lead the commission on the status of women. Saudi Arabia's unopposed bid has been heavily criticized by human rights groups. The Saudi government has repeatedly jailed women's rights activists. Louis Charbonneau is the United Nations director at Human Rights Watch, and I asked him earlier how much power Saudi Arabia will have as chair of that commission.
So it is the main body for promoting women's empowerment. It's a terrible look. If you were to draw up a list of the 10, 20 worst countries in the world, those least qualified to be the face of the United Nations fight for gender equality and empowering women, Saudi Arabia would definitely be among them, and it
like
might
the
even make
5.
the absolute, smallest top group. So
it'd be top 5.
The message that it sends is quite a bleak one, because next year will be the 30th anniversary of the 1995 Beijing Declaration on Women's Rights, which was really a watershed moment for women's rights.
Too soon.
Since that time, over the last 3 decades, we've seen many attempts to push back on women's rights. The countries promoting, traditional family values. We see this in Russia, but not just Russia. We've seen it from other governments, not just in the Muslim world, but also in Europe. We see it in the United States with the pushback on abortion rights. So now, for the 30th anniversary of that important moment, the face of the UN's work on women's rights is going to be Saudi Arabia, a country that jails women for pushing for their rights, a country that still has enshrined in law male guardianship. That is not the country that should be holding the gavel and being that public face of the fight for women's rights.
Louis, Saudi Arabia's bid was unopposed. Was there any effort to find a different country to lead that commission, or what kind of horse trading led to this outcome?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's really disappointing that so many countries, the 45 countries that are members of the Commission on the Status of Women, I don't see any...
I don't really think we're talking about family values here. I think we're talking about female emancipation, equal rights for women. And I don't think there's any kind of, there's not really too much wiggle room on that. Either women have the right to do what they want, like men do, or there's a kind of special apartheid, for women. I think those things can be clearly defined. I don't think, I think you guys are making good points though about what one culture think is family values, another culture would think is, wow, that's fucking crazy, that kind of stuff. So that difference in cultures absolutely exists, but I think what we're talking about here, though, like I said, is the emancipation of the female gender, which is a little different, I would say.
Any evidence that there was an attempt to get a candidate that would be better at promoting women's rights, or would be a better face for this important body, and that is a huge disappointment. And it's not just the 45 countries that are on the commission. We could have seen important member states like the United States, Germany, others who aren't voting members there right now, but certainly carry a lot of influence. We haven't seen any evidence that they tried do anything. There was a lot of complaining privately. Diplomats were telling me, "Oh, this is terrible, but it's too late." And if they were to call a vote or to push against Saudi Arabia, then there would be some sort of retaliation that would undermine the work of the commission. So they figured that it was better to just suffer with this for another year.
Pathetic.
But I should add that in December of 2022, there was an important moment when, for the first time, a country was removed from the Commission on the Status of Women because of egregious behavior of the authorities towards women and girls, and that was Iran. And that created a precedent that there has to be a minimum standard for upholding women's rights. The members of the commission, and in this case, we're not just talking about a member of the commission, we're talking about the chair, the one sitting there up front. So they did that for Iran. Why is Saudi Arabia different?
Gee, I wonder why, huh? What's the difference between Iran and Saudi Arabia, guys? You just picked up that little quiz card at your favorite board game. In the U.S.'s eyes, what's the difference between Saudi Arabia and Iran? It rhymes with Susan Boyle.
Why did all of those member states that do a lot at home for their own populations, for their own women, sit back and do nothing? It's a slap in the face to women's rights activists around the world.
And we can now return to our top story. The United Nations picks Saudi Arabia to head a women's rights commission. And we can now speak to Bissam Fakir. She's with Amnesty International and their campaigner.
Normally I would cut this short because of time, but this is specifically about women's rights, and we have not heard a woman speak yet. It'd be pretty embarrassing for me to interrupt this woman to cut to a different segment. So we're going to have to hear what she has to say. Sorry.
On Saudi Arabia, and she joins me now from Beirut. Now, Saudi law, for example, enshrines male guardianship. What are the consequences of such a regime leading a UN forum on women's rights?
Thank you so much for having me. Honestly, I don't know whether to laugh or to cry after hearing the news that Saudi Arabia was appointed to the Commission on the Status of Women.
Absurd.
Every day at Amnesty International, we're working on the cases of women who are currently in prison because they have tried to defend women's rights. And the job of this Commission on the Status of Women is to promote gender equality and to promote women's empowerment. I can tell you that right now we're working on the case of a young woman, 29 years old, a fitness instructor and a women human rights defender who's forcibly disappeared. So her family doesn't know where she is. And the reason that she was locked up was because she tweeted under the hashtag End Male Guardianship, and because she posted a photo of herself in the mall without wearing a traditional abaya. So for me, this is absolutely farcical that the Commission on the Status of Women would have Saudi Arabia at its chair. And I must express my disappointment with the 45 member states who were on the commission, and no one stood up to challenge Saudi Arabia's appointment to the commission. I think that their silence is a betrayal of brave Saudi women who are working so hard to promote gender equality and are paying huge, huge consequences.
Bissam, what does this mean for this commission's credibility and also more broadly for the UN's credibility?
This is what it means. This ridiculous cartoonish sound effect. Person in a snappy tie.
I think it is unfortunate that the Commission on the Status of Women decided to appoint Saudi Arabia. I think it tarnishes their credibility to speak out against gender discrimination. But the way that the UN has gone, we have seen the international community go more broadly. Saudi Arabia has peddled this image. They're campaigning on this idea that they have somehow reached so much progress and reform on the issue of human rights. So you have the UN appointing it on its...
Oh, thank God. You finally said something I agree with, Crawl. Yeah, that would actually be interesting, how they feel about it. It's kind of like the Russia situation, though. You know, our Saudi women who speak out against their internment, against their slavery, they get arrested, they get abused. So could we get an honest, you know, broadcast? You know, could, you know, would how many Saudi women are willing to put themselves in the crosshair to give us an honest answer to those kind of questions because of the subjugation that they're under?
Commission on the Status of Women. The Internet Governance Forum is going to be held in Riyadh in December, which is, it's a conference about freedom online as one of the things on its agenda, when actually Saudi Arabia is locking people up for posting about rights on social media. So we're seeing the UN, we're seeing football players, we're seeing businesses, we're seeing world leaders show up to Saudi Arabia and just sweeping human rights under the rug. And unfortunately, they're falling for Saudi Arabia's PR campaign. And as Amnesty, this is very concerning for us, because who is going to pressure Saudi Arabia to release brave people like Manahal al-Ataibi or Salma Shahab or Abdurrahman al-Sadhan, all people who have been detained for their social media posts? Who's going to pressure Saudi Arabia to release them when everyone is rolling out the red carpet for Saudi Arabia?
Bisan, you hinted at this earlier. 45 UN member states serve as members of that commission at any point. How did this bid go unopposed? What kind of horse trading happened there?
Honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you what happens behind the closed doors at the UN. We have seen Saudi Arabia diplomatically go into forums, whether it's in the Human Rights Council or beyond, where it doesn't belong. Perhaps countries believe that if Saudi Arabia takes on these roles, they might credibly act in order to improve human rights in the kingdom. Maybe it's an issue of good faith. And if that's the case, then what I would say is that these member states must call on Saudi Arabia to release all women human rights defenders, to end male guardianship, and to ensure that there's no gender discrimination. These member states have let Saudi Arabia through the door, and now Saudi Arabia must show that it is up to the task of being chair of the Commission on the Status of Women.
Bisan Fakir there from Amnesty.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I haven't seen it. Can someone tell me the last time an empire, a royal empire, did the right thing out of the kindness of its heart? You're not allowed to use Harry Potter or something. It's got to be real. There's got to be at least one example of a religious theocracy, royal religious theocracy, just doing something out of the kindness of its heart. Got to be at least one. We had a crisis of conscience, says the theocratic empire. Catholics? Yeah, okay. As of 2002, Saudi Arabia reported 0.03 rapes per 100,000 people per year. There's no prohibition on marital rape in the country. Yeah. That kind of shit. They own you. You know, once you're married to them, they own you kind of thing. It's all justified from God. Isn't that great? God literally says you get to own chicks. You get to own your women and get to abuse them. Pretty sweet, man. Wow, what a hookup. How big of a good act. I don't know anything. Any kind of right, any kind of privilege, any kind of, you know, hospitals in 13th century Europe run by Catholics. All right. I mean, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. But because that's not out of the kindness of their heart. They were likely doing that to stop the spread of disease. Maybe it was out of the kindness of their heart because they believe in their religion. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe that's a good example. All right, that's a good one. Yeah, it was out of charity. All right, that's a good one. All right, I'll take that one. Great job, 13th century Catholics. Coming in the clutch. Wouldn't that be great if Christians started acting Christian? They started like housing the homeless and, you know, selling all their possessions to give to the poor, or just giving away their possessions altogether. Turning each Christian turns their house into a homeless shelter. Yeah, no, there's a lot of money going through the Catholic Church. A whole lot of money. Mm-hmm. Sure is. There is a lot of money going through the Catholic Church, huh? Oh, they do so much. They house the orphans, guys. Mm-hmm. So suspect blaming, why do I have to wade through human shit when I'm walking through San Francisco? If the Catholics are so rich and they're doing so much for everybody. There are a lot of Catholic churches out, and you know, the Glide Church, I volunteered for them. Religious organization to feed the homeless. All that money. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Ice King. I almost forgot. Who's a bigger friend to pedophiles than the Pope? Huh? Oh, what? Oh, we can't talk about that, huh? Oh, we're not allowed to talk about that. Who's a bigger friend to pedophiles than the Pope, huh? Okay, suspect blaming. I really wish the Catholics with all their fucking money would follow their own book, don't you? Don't you? Boy, they're so rich. They feed the orphans. But not in liberal areas. Fuck them. Guys, big news. Canada's maple syrup reserve almost empty. Is sap season at risk of becoming another casualty of the winter that wasn't? So our weather, our last season weather was totally goofy. We didn't even really have a winter. And that is apparently affecting the sap industry. And believe it or not, maple syrup is so important to Canadians' daily life. We have a maple syrup reserve that was almost empty. It was almost emptied because of the lack of sap. Hey, suspect blaming. The churches don't need to do anymore. What if Catholics just acted Catholic and started scrubbing the feet of the poor and helping and doing everything they can to help those that are in need? You know, like Jesus Christ. You know, suspect, we don't need the church anymore. Catholics should just read their instruction manual, right? That fixed the homeless problem right there. Boom. If even 10% of Catholics started acting Catholic, homeless problem gone. They'd all have a place to stay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They're so the Golden Palace of the Vatican is so generous with its charity. The pedo protecting Golden Palace, the Vatican. Billions and billions of dollars disappear into its maw every single year. That's a very saintly organization. We should give. They care so much. They care so much. All right, anyway, so here's an interesting chart. Look at this. Here are the reserves right here. This is actually fascinating. Canadian syrup reserves. This is cool. 2014, 67.6 million pounds of maple syrup. We could do a community between people like we used to have, though, with church. Yeah, we need third places. We do need community. I totally agree with that. I definitely think it's something the state should do, not charity, but I'm French and I must look like one hell of a commie. No, not at all. I agree with that. Wow, in 2020, we had a bumper crop. Look at the surplus. Then COVID hit. Oh, no, then COVID hit, dude. COVID hit, and then that was all over. Oh, my God, look at that. We only had 6.9 million pounds of maple syrup left. And that sounds utterly absurd, but it actually is totally like really close to the bottom of the barrel there, because look how much we're using. You know, we went from 104 million pounds of maple syrup down to 37.4 million pounds, right? With one bad crop. Yeah, so it's the weather. Crawl in the wall. It's the weather. I won't bore everybody with all the details here, but if you want more details, it's right here. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, the weather is affecting the sap production, which affects the creation of maple syrup. Anyway, moving on. We got just a couple more stories, and then we're done for the day. I'm not going to do the rest. I'm, almost 5 hours. I knew I'd bloviate throughout the whole world news section, but there's so many different topics to talk about, right? So I'm glad we got Gaza out of the way as well. What the hell is this? I actually have no idea what this is about. Oh, this is about the Turkish. Yeah. The Turks pile onto the dollar, gold, and stocks as 76% inflation savages worthless lira. So another bit of economic news here to cap off the day. Well, Chem Goblin, I'm glad you like that. This is news. We're watching newscast. 25-second ad. 25-second ad. 30-second ad. It's like it never ends. Oh, man. That definitely makes me want to do the thing that you're selling me.
The Ottoman arches and domes of Istanbul's Grand Bazaar are a good reminder that empires rise and fall. When it comes to the value of the Turkish lira, lately, it only falls. In a dimly lit alley of the market, exchange traders buy and sell foreign currency and gold for their shops, responding to the slightest of price movements.
It's a little hard to figure out what's going on right now. Everybody's shouting.
Sell high, baby.
Today, gold and U.S. dollars are in high demand. The Turkish lira is not. Right now, our money is almost worthless, he says. Because people haven't seen inflation fall, they don't trust the Turkish lira anymore. But this ancient city never lost faith in a currency that's endured through the ages. Gold, coins, bars, even tiny 1-gram chips. People used to buy real estate or land, says this dealer. But right now, because the interest rates are so high, they either put money in the bank or buy gold.
Interesting.
Just outside the gates of the bazaar, it's all about the Benjamins. There is so much demand that exchange offices are paying even more than the market rate. Because so many people are buying the dollar, we have to buy them at a higher price, and we sell them at a higher price, he tells me.
It sounds like you think that the lira is only going in one direction.
Right now, that's how it is.
The Turkish central bank has hiked the interest rate now to 45% in an effort to tame inflation, but so far, it hasn't. The official inflation rate is now 67%, and unofficial estimates suggest it is much higher.
Unofficial?
In January, to help the poorest Turks cope, the government doubled the minimum wage from a year ago, just ahead of the coming local elections. But some economists believe that has only made inflation worse.
In order to break that cycle, you have to do something. So we will see after the elections if the government is serious about fighting inflation or not. Central bank increased the credit card rates last week, and it is monthly 5%. Monthly 5% means 80% on an annualized rate. And if you add up the taxes, it's around 113%.
Who can afford that?
Nobody can afford that.
That's insane.
Across the Bosphorus, on Istanbul's Asian side, people are stocking up on iftar essentials this Ramadan. Freshly baked pide, fish, and meat. Prices are crazy. This year, it's too much, this woman.
What the hell? She's a nun. What? Not nun as in like N-U-N, as in nun, N-O-N-E. She's like a ghost. She's an apparition. She does not exist.
Here, it's too much.
She is a nun.
Says.
Another nun. A nameless, faceless shadow. What the hell's a nun?
You can say, you're young, you can work, but I do work, and I still can't make a living. And I have
fucking AI news, man.
Have 2 jobs, this man tells me.
Wow.
Do you keep your money in Turkish lira or do you keep it in American?
I can't keep anything. I can't say you.
Preschool teacher Melek Alkaz also has credit card debt at sky-high interest rates.
How do you dig yourself out of that hole?
You see, she's asking for the money for bread.
Scott McLean, CNN, Istanbul.
Wow, that's a little piece of crazy journalism right there. Literally talking about, how are you surviving this economic hard times? And someone's literally asking for bread. Okay. How convenient, huh? You're annoying. You've officially annoyed me enough today. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream without you. You've officially hit my last nerve. Dumbass. So there you go. That's all the news I got today. 5 hours. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad for a Sunday. That's all the world news I got. Thank you, Ham. Thank you, Leon. Thank you, Ice King of Space. Thank you, Woke Patriot. Suspect blaming. You're all right. You're okay for now. Lizzie Mallow. Big props. Big fat props to Lizzie Mallow. Thank you, Lizzie. Big O props to your boy Chem Goblin. Thank you, Chem Goblin, for all your wonderful comments. Leon, I already said thank you, but Ice King, I already said thank you, but thank you again to you folks. Big props to Davey. I don't know if he was here today. Big props to Lenny. Folks, let's see. Lenny's probably streaming now, isn't he? Let's make sure I'll do a raid on Lenny. We can do a raid on Lenny. Oh, he's not streaming yet. Damn. Who's going to do a raid? Big props to Zeo Duke, who's always encouraging me to do a raid. Arctic Mule, big props to you, Arctic Mule. Borderline Feline, big props. You're all right, too. Hey, thank you, Suspect Blaming. I get it. I'm really, really touchy. I'm really careful about bad actors. Because there's a lot of people that think they're really fucking clever. They think this is some game. But thank you very much, Suspect Blaming. Big props to Borderline Feline. Once again, Woke Patriot. We butted heads again today, but we muddled through it. Thank you again, Woke Patriot, for all your patience and your comments. I do appreciate them. Ribbons. Thank you so much, Ribbons. You're great. Blessed Up Kid. Thank you for coming back once again. Blessed Up Kid. Hot Dog JPEG. Hopefully you were kidding with your libertarian jokes. Stayed pretty quiet after that comment. Little suspicious, but that's all right. All you lurkers out there, big props. It was a joke. No, it wasn't. You're busted. Ban this man. Ban this man immediately. Mods, ban this man. There's no mods. It's just me. No, but you're a great, Hot Dog JPEG. We need a barbecue update next time. Well, we did get a Haiti update, but yeah, we'll see if there's news. I mean, he's fighting a war with other gangs. It's not like Ukraine, right, where we got a bunch of footage. But if you do find some really great reporting on barbecue and Haiti in general, please put that in the Discord. We got a Discord right there. Put that link right there. Put that in the politics section. I will take a look, and you can be part of the News Underground. I'll cover my Bezos mural while I watch the stream next time. Good. Good. Praise Bezos. Praise Bezos. Big props to Trailhead. Thank you for coming back, Trailhead. Big props to Strategy Member, holding it down in the chat. Thank you, Strategy Member. Rob MQ, ROB, and a place to be. Thank you for coming back. All you fans, all you OGs of the News Underground, I do appreciate you guys appreciate real news, and I appreciate you giving you real news. The solution to this problem is a 1, 2, 3, three-step program. Just as easy as 1, 2, 3. I botched that. I always botch it. I always botch this part. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization, a union, run for office, support a politician that you like, put your name down. Step 3, you need to put in the work. Citizenship is no longer a privilege. It's no longer a right. It's a privilege. Treat it that way. We might not have it for too long, at least in America. The right wing are rising up, and they're attempting to take power. If the left doesn't meet them at least halfway or even a little bit, we may be in for several decades of authoritarian rule. The things of the elements of democracy that we love so much slowly eroded away until finally they are quickly eroded away. We must follow the 3-step program to create political change and become political activists to create real change, or else we will lose liberty. We will lose democracy. That's no fucking joke. Especially if you're a woman. You're already experiencing it. And him mods, a bunch of naked half-human, half-beast creatures. Yeah, like Ghost. But, yeah! You displeased him. Some streamers are like that. I should be more like that. Worship me. No, please don't. Please don't do that. No feet pics. No feet pics. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And we'll see you next time. Hey, tomorrow's the tomorrow is the eclipse, the solar eclipse. We're doing the solar eclipse tomorrow. Solar eclipse. Tomorrow. Happening at like 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Solar eclipse. Storm's here, won't see it. You can see it here. I'll stream it. Live stream of the solar eclipse on this channel. If you can't see it and you're outside, stream it. I'm gonna steal it from NBC or something. I'm gonna steal it from CNN. Slovakia, talking about the dam? Is that the dam that broke in Russia? Is that what you're talking about specifically? Get my Ouija board out? Please do. No. Okay. Then no, we did not talk about that. We didn't talk about the dam either. It's the dam that burst in Russia. I decided not to talk about. Not because I hate Russia, but because it was just like, I don't know. See, now I feel bad. Now I got to talk about it next time, don't I? God damn it. Just kept my thoughts to myself. Slovakia, not Russia. Sorry. Or Russian guy won elections. No, go ahead and put some links in the Discord, and we'll talk about that next time. That's a shame. That's a shame. That is a shame. Truly a shame. We'll get him next time. Maybe. Big props, everybody. Thank you. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. I agree, David. This is a good song, Borderline. Thank you again, Woke Patriot. Big props. Look at that cowbell, man. The cowbell's insane.
Like
Here they are.